Brandon, did you watch the podcast with your dad? What'd you think? Pretty good.
So I turned it on twice yesterday.
How are you, sir?
I turned it on twice yesterday. The first time, it was about, I don't know, 4:30.
Yeah.
And first thing I hear, Mike saying, Mike's in the booth with Matt. You know, this guy could be successful in the future, but I'm not a huge fan of his physical.
Yeah.
Yep.
That's when you turned it on?
Yep. That's when I turned it on the first time.
Yep.
And the second time I turned it on, you were talking about the podcast.
Yeah.
That dad is just.
That's
saying,
funny. That's funny.
Yeah, I only turned it on twice yesterday.
Who are you talking about?
Right here.
He could be successful in his physical game.
No, we were talking about like I guess a few years ago I said something about EJ Taggart before he really was on tour. I said that he could be a superstar, and Matt just remembered that. And he's like, dude, you just pick people out, you know. So Gasson, he was in the booth. So yeah, I mentioned Brandon. Yeah.
That made me laugh.
Yeah, I think you just need to clean up a couple things here. I think it's still a little herky-jerky. It's gotten better.
And so, like, it's on.
Throwing a spare ball at second base, maybe. You know, like his fucking Hall of Fame father does, instead of trying to look urethane at it. And
I'm getting there. You know, that was the
sitting in a bar in Bowling Green going.
So, that was the first right side square I had missed all over.
Yeah.
And that was the first 3-7 I had made all yeah, it says, like, meant to be.
I texted your dad. So I made it.
Yeah.
I made it.
Hey, you're alive!
And just to elaborate a little more on it, we've seen guys over the years that are very, very struggle for 3 months, 6 months at a time. So they have a lot of moving parts. And you know, when it's not more compartmentalized and simple, more things can go wrong. So that's kind of what I mean. So
Picture of the bag of it. I'm like, all right, who left their bag? And Zach goes, Zach goes,
sure.
I'll be there.
Obviously your dad. It's gone from here to here. And it doesn't need to go like way up here. It just needs to just continue to progress.
Yeah, and, like, we've noticed, like, a lot of stuff.
I might need to, because I don't know when they're getting here, because they have to clean up the house.
Exactly. And you got one thing working against you. All tall bowlers don't look as fundamentally sound as short bowlers.
When they're shorter, like, so they grow a little bit. I noticed this time at County.
We nailed it.
Very short.
It's great.
Chico got tall.
Twice as long. Yeah, dude, you're absolutely right. So since you're bowling so well, at what I think you're not going to see this, you're pretty much you've got that goal.
I lost my phone.
You had a Gatorade that disappeared?
Yeah, it was in my bag. And
Yeah, you just got to clean it up.
I heard something fall earlier, but I didn't know what it was.
It's got to be a little smooth.
Apparently it was that.
That sucks. Super smooth. Because you are confident. But I don't keep working with the coaches. Just getting yourself, you know, a little more beautified. Yeah, beautified. You know.
Yeah, I got what you're saying. I thought it was really funny. I turned it on. First one I heard.
Well, but
And like considering I know the board and they're that's cool. That's cool.
yeah, there's better physical games coming out. But when he asked who I thought,
Should I bowl again? Is
who
my
I thought,
17 good?
I picked you. I think Spencer's going to be
I made that mistake.
it like a week after it came out.
I know we're waiting for.
It really didn't need all that video and pictures, but it's just how big it.
Yeah, and I like stayed on the screen for the whole hour.
Really?
Yeah, just watching the whole thing go back.
There she is. Shocker.
I just gotta put it on the back.
Always got to be the last one here.
I watched the whole thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it was cool.
I just wish that kind of media and bowling got more views. Not that I need the views from it, but it was more of a passion contest. I've got a few other ones recorded too, knowledge bowl and stuff. 2018.
That surprised me. That surprised me.
Yeah, I have a bunch of stuff in the can. I might just release it, just randomly. Hopefully one day you and I will be doing that. You can bring it up on the podcast. Remember that time back in 2022 when you were talking about those games?
Maybe like when I if I win Jersey.
No, I was thinking more like when you have 20 titles on the PGA Tour. I can barely talk. Okay. And then I'll be like, I'm here with the future Hall of Famer, Brandon Zone. Let me get my inhaler here and flash. Now, Brandon, do you remember when I said the 2022 being right on the broadcast? And I said I wasn't going to play physically.
That's when it's felt against the whole
You want to slap me now? That's hilarious. I'm glad you're doing good, man. With school and stuff. Yeah, I'm glad you're doing good. Folks, welcome into this morning's round of the Cashers Round here at the 2022 Ebonite Fall Classic. Evidently, we're waiting on a player or two to arrive. I guess the whole field is cool with that, so that's what our delay here is this morning, from what I understand. I'm not sure when we're going to get started, but I am on the air on time. Practice was supposed to start 9 minutes ago. We will wait and see what time things actually get started. Glad you're with us here. 56 players in total will be taken to the lanes for the 6 games of the Cashers Round. Then we'll cut to the top 10 for our modified bracket. The top 4 qualifiers will all be seeded into our stepladder finals, but the 5th through 10th positions will all battle it out through a bracket to see who will be the number 5 seed on the show, as we always do here in our 2 majors. This is the 22nd edition of the majors here on the Greater Iowa Bowling Association. Once again, my name is Mike Flanagan. Thank you for joining us here on Inside Bowling. Practice will get started here shortly. Just wanted to give you a quick update on what was going on, and we will be getting you going here shortly. Also, I wanted to just shout out a couple people here in the chat that are already checking in. Slim Genzi, good morning to you. Wriggle says, hey, Mike, good call on that cut during A Squad, which was, I predicted minus 50, I believe this was the number. So thank you, Jeff. It ended up being minus 51. Matt Gasson just missing by 1 pin, and he actually got 5 on his first shot in the 10th of the last game and only got 2 of the pins out of the 5 remaining, which caused him to miss the cut by 1 pin. That's a tough one. That's always a tough ride home from that one, but I hope Matt has a safe trip home, and we know Matt will be back. He is a former champion here. So thank you for being with us here on Inside Bowling. I'm going to lower my microphone, and practice should get started here in just a little bit, because they are waiting on a player or 2, I believe is what they said, and we will get things rolling. You see the one and only the Tom Hess right here, who has won this event 3 separate times, 3 times out of 22. I believe he's bowled them all. He'll be starting on lanes 11 through 14 in this bay here. You see Jerry Marr, several other players. I'll introduce them all once practice is over. Thanks for being with us. I'll be back in a little bit. Also, I just thought I'd pop on here because I just had this thought. You know, I can't shut up sometimes. Didn't that just kind of sort of sound like when you get on a plane and you're supposed to depart and everybody's sitting on the plane and then the pilot comes on and goes, folks, we've got a little bit of a technical issue here on the plane. This morning they found out that one of the wings had a screw missing. Looks like they're going to bring over a tech here in just a minute. They're going to go ahead and put a screw in there. We should be on our way to Orlando. Shouldn't be too much longer, folks. Just here from the flight deck. Just wanted to let you know that that's what's going on here. Should be a slight delay
Our apologies here, but it's out of our control. Want to make sure that wing's going to stay on the plane so we can get there safely. Should have more information for you here in a little bit. Sit tight. We should be able to be leaving here in about 15 minutes, I'm being told from those on the ground. Joe's making some announcements now.
This will be our 22nd version of this tournament, and today we have 4 individuals bowling who have previously won. Dan Ely is bowling on this squad. Nick Page is bowling. Nate Stubler is a 2-time champion. He's also bowling. And Tom Hess is a 3-time winner here. So congrats to those guys. And we're going to go ahead and turn them on now. And, I'll give you our skip. It's going to be the same as yesterday. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1. All right? Easy enough.
And good morning, everyone. Welcome back to the 2022 Ebonite Fall Classic. Practice has completed. We have our top six, we have 6 games for you here today, and the top 56 have returned after 3 rounds of qualifying yesterday, an A, a B, and a C. 16 hours of streaming for you yesterday here, all archived here on Inside Bowling. This tournament would not be possible without our great sponsor, Ebonite, title sponsor, the Greater Iowa Bowling Association. To find out more information about the Greater Iowa Bowling Association tournaments, head over to giba-bowling.com. Joe Engelkiss, Rosie Engelkiss, and Jennifer Wittenberg, their daughter, do a great job running these events. Always enjoy coming up here. This is the 22nd edition of our major tournaments up here at Maple Lanes. We'll be back at Cadillac XBC right down the road coming up here in March. Our other associate sponsors that help make this tournament possible, the Waterloo Convention and Visitors Bureau. Thank you so much for your continued support of this event over the years, bringing bowlers in from multiple states, giving a little bit of surge to the economy, bringing in outside bowlers to the Waterloo area. We get a lot of folks to come up and watch this event. Thank you to the Waterloo Convention and Visitors Bureau for your continued support. We also want to give a shout out to our friends in Las Vegas, Ken and Kathy Keegan from I Am Bowling, dice sublimated jerseys and apparel. If you would like to pick up some awesome gear from I Am Bowling, you can head over to iambowling.com. Use yourself a coupon code called GIBA. That'll save you 25% off a jersey or whatever you like there you want to put in the cart. Check them out right here, Made in America, Ken and Kathy Keegan at I Am Bowling. Also would like to thank our good friend Brandon Steen, who normally bowls this event, didn't bowl this year, but great guy. He works for Guaranteed Rate, and there's a sponsorship involved in this tournament with Guaranteed Rate, so thank you to Guaranteed Rate. Also, our official beer supplier here, the official beer of the Greater Iowa Bowling Association. Remember, always drink responsibly, but Budweiser and Bud Light, make it a nice cold Budweiser, why don't you? And we want to thank them very much for their continued support. And when I come up here, I stay at the Hampton Inn. I'm going to tell you, that's the best hotel in the Waterloo area. If you're looking for a great place to stay when you're in Waterloo, check out the Hampton Inn. And while you're here, I'm sure you're going to get hungry. Head over to the OP restaurant over on Ridgeway. Definitely want to check that out. They've got some amazing cheese bread. I had it the other night. Awesome stuff from the OP restaurant. Check them out over on Ridgeway. And, of course, when you're coming into town or leaving town, you got to fill up your car, right? Head over to Quick Star. They also support this event. And if you'd like to support us here at Inside Bowling and all that we do, you can head over to our website, InsideBowling.com. You can pick up some gear. We've got some cool T-shirts and stuff. We got a popular one recently we put out about ball reaction. About every new bowling ball is clean through the front, rolls into mid lane, has a sharp back end, and of course it's got to be continuous through the pins. Make sure you check that out over at InsideBowling.com. Use the coupon code on the bottom left of your screen. YouTube, it's good year-round. You can save 15% there. So we had 55 players on A squad, 55 players on B squad, 56 players on C squad. And after all that was done on this 43 feet in length oil pattern at a 1.84 to 1 ratio, very low scoring. You see the scores in the standings on the left-hand side of your screen. It was Brittany Smith led the field at plus 127. That's a big number. Ryan Burks plus 77. You see the rest, Dwayne Kiltz, Jerry Mars, Anthony Dodge, and so on. If you'd like to see all the standings, I put a nice link for you in our chat. It's pinned at the top for all the standings, everything that's available right there for you. So make sure you check that out. Actually, I hadn't pinned it yet, but I'll pin it now. And there it is. Good morning to everyone here in the chat. I want to say hello to Marcia, Josh, Steven, James, Terry, Larry, watching live here. And, of course, it'll be archived on YouTube forever and ever. As a matter of fact, I always talk about this. It's kind of morbid to think about. But you will be able to hear me long after I am gone on this earth. So, to all your kids, grandkids, all the people down the road, make sure you tell them to come tune in to some of these broadcasts here and listen to some of my nonsense. You never know, they might learn something. So we get started here on lanes 11 through 14 this morning, and the players that we have here for you is we do have Ryan Burks, Brittany Smith, Dwayne Kiltz, Jerry Mars, your top four. those letter assignments. Brittany Smith is A. B is Ryan Burke. C, Dwayne Kiltz. And D, Jerry Mars. And then right next door, letter A is Anthony Dodge. Letter B is Darren Bloomquist. Letter C is Trent Mitchell. And letter D is one Tom Hess, 3-time champion of these 22 events. He's won 3 of them. I'm not going to do the math this morning, but I think that's somewhere around 6%. No, it's a little higher than that. I'll bring in my my broadcast partner here. I didn't realize I was going to have one today, but this is a real treat. He turned on the broadcast yesterday, and I was talking about him once. Second time he tuned in, I was talking about his dad. And he goes to school not too far away from here, Mount Mercy. And this is his first year in college. He's doing pretty well. He didn't bowl the event because he had schoolwork to do yesterday, which I got to tell you, major props on that, man. Because when you go to school, the grades are very important. So let's bring in my man, Mr. Brandon Bone. Hello.
Good morning, Mike. How are you?
Doing great. Thanks for being here.
Yep. It's not that far from Mount Mercy and Cedar Rapids. It's about an hour drive, and I didn't have to do that this morning. So came with 2 college mates, and they're out here bowling. So hopefully they put up a good showing today.
You know, your brother's into media and that. How'd I do on my open? Did I do okay?
You know, I was just letting you go on and on, and that was a pretty long spiel, and I'm glad I was in here listening to that.
I know.
That was very informative for all the viewers.
You can take some lessons from my opens. My opens are great, and once I'm done talking about everything and explaining everything that's going on, then I'm kind of just like, now what do I do?
Yeah, I think my favorite part about the opening was that you told everybody that it would be on YouTube, and even when you're gone, you can listen to your voice.
I know.
Yeah, that was a good one. I like that one.
It is true. It is true. I mean, people still listen to a lot of deceased singers, on the radio all the time.
All the time.
Yeah. I've actually said a few times, if you're listening to this right now and I've already passed away, open up your closet. I'm right there.
Wow. I don't know if that's the best thing to say, but that's a good one. I do like that one.
Yeah. So Brandon, you tuned in a little bit yesterday, and why are you here today? You're watching a friend? Is that right?
I am. I tuned in yesterday, not for any reason in particular, and I saw the guy who I was going to come yesterday, but then, as you mentioned earlier, I had some schoolwork to finish up. I had a paper to write last night, so I decided to bail out on coming with Brett Lloyd. Brett Lloyd was my ride here.
Cool.
And he offered, and I said, maybe. And then he told me what time he was leaving, and I knew I had a paper due. So I decided to hold off on yesterday. I tuned in, and the first words I hear is Mike talking about me, which is great. I loved it. And I was watching Brett, and he happened to bowl a pretty good game that game. And then I tuned in a little later after I finished my paper. The first words I hear is, yeah, I just finished this podcast, and I actually just got a text from the guy, and his name is Parker Bone.
Yeah.
And I was, wow, I'm 2 for 2 right now in the family.
Right. Yeah.
So.
Well, I'm big fans of you and your family.
Well, we appreciate that, Mike.
I do give you guys a hard time, though, sometimes.
Hey, what goes around comes around, Mike.
Trust me. I got my eyes in the back of my head.
Oh, yeah. And I always live by this saying, if you don't really like someone, you're never going to make fun of them. You're never going to give them a hard time. So
that's right.
You must like me.
Of course.
Or my family.
That's right.
So.
Yeah, because I only give trouble to the people that I like.
Yeah.
You're absolutely right.
Especially hooking at single pins. For all that you don't know, I've had a little trouble hooking at single pins when it matters,
Yeah, I don't think I brought that up very often, did I?
Oh, no.
Hess brought it up this morning.
Yeah, I walked in, and that was one of the first things I heard. Hey, but
I think I was very complimentary of you on your show.
Oh, you were. The last 2 years.
Yeah, I was on both. Yeah, I called both of them.
Yeah. You know, I have tendency to go back and watch just to listen to your voice, Mike.
Yeah. Yeah, I think I don't remember what the hell I said about you, but I'm sure it was good.
Yeah.
I'm sure it was good. You know, those Junior Gold shows, they are hard. They are hard to do. Like,
Especially all of them in one day. You think about it.
Yeah, and it's not like Carolyn and I work together year-round or anything.
Yeah.
You know, I love working with Carolyn. Some people have actually said that they believe the best version of Carolyn is when she's with me because she can just be more herself. Some people have told me that. I mean,
you guys
we get to laughing a little bit.
Yeah, you guys do one amazing job at Junior Gold, I will say, with all the feeds this year. There's what was there?
Yeah, it's never enough though.
10 different feeds.
Yeah, but the
like that.
boys U18 the didn't have a lot of coverage of that in qualifying or any because of there's just so much logistics. You can't get everything.
Yeah.
Boy, there were some complaints about that.
Yeah, and I think the biggest thing is people are going to realize that qualifying doesn't really matter.
It really doesn't.
It doesn't really matter. You know, you gotta get to the top 16 to where it really matters, and then, you know, it's crunch time.
Yeah.
It's like what we're watching out here this morning. Qualifying, you know, obviously in the last squad, you know, you come down to the 9th, 10th in the last game and you need a hit. You know the number. You're right by the number and you need a hit. Obviously, then it's going to be a little bit more enjoyable to watch. But, you know, when you're watching and you're just watching qualifying, it can get boring.
Oh,
boring.
yeah.
Especially when you're not listening to Mike Flanagan all the time. It can get boring.
Yeah, exactly.
Yep.
Hey, real quick, a little housekeeping here to those of you that may have been hidden under a rock yesterday or maybe just got out of jail this morning and haven't been watching. We do have an interesting oil pattern here, and the scores are extremely low. It took minus 51 to make the cut for 7 games, which is pretty unheard of in today's modern game. But there is the oil pattern. It is the Maple Lanes Ebonite Classic tournament pattern. It was designed by John Janowitz at Kegel. He works very closely with Joe Engelkiss for these events. You can notice it's very flat, 1.84 to 1. Almost 30 milliliters of oil here on this AMF SPL lane surface, and as you can see, there's 9 2-2s on the way down, which means it's very flat. There's some shape that's built on the way back, but overall, this pattern is played extremely difficult for the players, especially pair-to-pair. We actually saw a gentleman bowl 300 yesterday. His name is Zach Carter, and he missed the cut.
Really?
Yeah.
That's surprising. That is surprising. So he found it for a game, and the other 6 games could not have been very fun.
As a matter of fact, I have that highlight from yesterday. Let's go ahead and take a look at his final ball. So here it is. Pretty money right there.
Oh, it's 10 back.
Yeah, very much so. So that was yesterday. My only other highlight I have captured here from yesterday was Benji Martinez throwing at a 2.8. Would you like to see that, Brandon?
Sure. Pull it up.
Here's Benji. I got it at half speed. This is Benji yesterday throwing at the 2.8. Remember, very difficult, demanding lane condition. The idea is to hit both pins, in which he did, but only got one.
Wow.
Wah, 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 wah. Benji is in the field here today.
Now, I watched Benji last weekend. I didn't really, you know, I don't really know a whole lot about Benji, although I saw him.
SCAD, went to SCAD.
Yep. I saw him on the PBA show a couple years back.
Yep.
But I don't know a lot about him. And
personally, right?
Or on the lanes, yeah. I mean, I definitely don't know a lot about him personally, but I watched him bowl last week.
He's
and,
13th, by the way, right now, plus 34.
I went to the Ozarks last weekend, and
Lake of the Ozarks in Missouri?
Indeed.
I was kind of thinking about moving there. I used to spend a lot of time there as a kid, by the way.
Place is really cool. Really, it's a really cool destination spot, I would say.
A lot of bugs.
Yeah.
A lot of bugs there.
A lot of spiders.
Oh, yeah.
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 And so anyway, he wasn't doing so well after, like, I think it was 6 games, and it was an 8-game block. And all of a sudden, he must have found something. And he bowled 2 big games the last 2 games. And then he bowled 4 more games the next morning. Next thing I knew, he was 300 over. And after 6 games, he was minus. So he had averaged like 260 in 6 games. And in a blink of an eye, he was in the top 4. Ended up making the step ladder and ended up winning.
Yeah, pretty amazing.
Yep.
He's a great talent.
I think his talent is a little overlooked, I would say.
Oh, I would agree.
I would say that not a lot of people give him enough credit, because I watched him bowl last weekend, and he put on a clinic.
So you've never bowled one of these tournaments, and now that you're kind of a little closer to the Midwest, this is one that I hope you decide to come and bowl in the future.
Yeah, I gotta make my way out to a few of these.
Yeah, because there's some really good events in the Midwest, Brandon. The folks that run this one, Joe and his family, they are top notch, man. They put a lot of the money from the brackets back into the prize fund. They go out and get sponsors, and then they pay out really deep. It's not top heavy at all. So it's like $3,000 for first, and it's like $2,600 for second.
Oh wow!
Like they really pay it out. You know, I'm close on that payout. Like it's very even. I think you get $1,000 if you make the step ladder.
Really?
Yeah, $160 entry.
Oh, that is pretty good.
Yeah, it's really nice. And as a matter of fact, just to tell you the type of folks that have bowled this event over the years and have supported this family, I was actually just handed a sheet with all the past winners by Jennifer. So back in 2011, Matt McNeil won the initial event, and then I came and streamed for the first time. It was my first paid streaming gig in September of 2012, where Derek Sapp won.
That's a name I haven't heard in a while.
And he bowled 300 in the title match and went Brooklyn on the last ball. And that's on my YouTube channel from back in 2012.
Wow.
So I've been doing this 10 years, brother. 10 years.
Well, you should have like an anniversary cake.
I should.
Something.
I should. In 2013, Nick Heilman won in February, and then they introduced a second event to do 2 of them that year in 2013, where Jason Poley took it home in September. Then Casey Murphy won in February of 2014. He's a prior Bowlers Journal champion. Excellent bowler from the Kansas City area.
Now, I believe, Mike.
Springfield.
Let me know if I'm wrong here, but they have an Ebonite Fall Classic and an Ebonite Winter Classic.
Winter Classic, yep. February or March, typically every year, is the Winter Classic, and then the Fall Classic is in September every year.
All right.
Second week of the NFL season every year. So one Casey Murphy won, and Jason Poley used to bowl on tour also. He won in 2013. Then in 2014, Tom Hess got his first title in these, which was a big one for him because he's been the spokesperson and the poster child for the Greater Iowa Bowling Association. He's been bowling these events for 20-plus years. Then in 2015, a gentleman by the name of Matt Smith won. And then Steve Keeler, who went to Central Missouri State, was a collegiate bowler back in the day. He took home September 2015. Then Dave Barris. We all know Dave Barris. He was an exempt player on the tour for a while. He won in 2016 in February. And then in September, we saw our first 2-time repeat champion, Casey Murphy, won again. Then in March of 2017, I remember this just like it was yesterday, Vince Biondo took that one home. Most people know Brandon Biondo, but his dad, Vince, was a member of Team USA. He won in March of 2017. And then in September of 2017, a player from up this way, Chris Pearson, took it home. Then in February of 2018, Nick Pate won that one. And he was playing super deep in the finals. Boy, I remember that. He was using like a track ball at the time. That was like an orange and yellow ball, like maybe a Heat Extreme might have been what he was using. Remember that one? That was in February 2018. And then in September 2018, Tom Hess took it down again. Second time he won. And then in February of 2019, a gentleman by the name of Michael Martell took that one home. So then in 2019 in September, Dave Barris wins again. So he's a 2-time champ. And then in February of 2020, Tom Hess took it down for a third time. September of 2020, Nate Stubler took home the honors. Then in March of 2021, Dan Healy won. And then in September of 2021, Nate Stubler wins again. And in January of 2022, earlier this year, Matt Gasson at the other center took home the title back in January because they had state tournaments, so they moved it to January. So those are your champions. McNeil, Sapp, Heilman, Poley, Murphy, Hess, Smith, Keeler, Barris, Biondo, Pearson, Pate, Martell, Stubler, Healy, Gasson. Pretty good group, and you know what? A lot of those guys are left-handed.
Indeed, they are.
Just throwing that out there.
Yeah, I'm not too familiar with a lot of those names. Being from the East Coast, this tournament being in the Midwest, but I'm familiar with the bigger names. So, besides Tom Hess, I would say that's the biggest righty name that I would know.
Yeah, I'm looking up and down this list of folks that are here, right? And I'm just going to point out a couple notables that you may not know. You know Cam Foster?
I do not.
Cam Foster's from Utah. He's now a collegiate coach. He's a damn good bowler, dude.
I wonder if he throws a damn good verge.
He might.
'Cause he's damn good, Mike.
I know. See how I get in these plugs for Brunswick Incorporated companies with the
there you
Ebonite? You like how I do that?
Yeah, that was a good one.
It's very deliberate.
That was pretty clean.
Dwayne Kiltz is a great player from these parts here. Dwayne has finished second in this event before. Just a local player. You're never going to see him, travel out and bowl a whole lot of other events, but, man, he's a fixture in these. You know Jerry Mars right here?
I do know Jerry Mars.
Great guy.
Yep.
Good bowler.
I like his arm sleeve on his leg. Very unique.
It is.
Yeah.
Do you know Chad Nelson?
That name sounds familiar.
So Chad Nelson has bowled Megabucks, mini eliminators back in the day, high rollers, all that stuff. This guy is a warrior. I actually called him John Rambo yesterday from the Rambo movies. This guy is one of those guys you do not want to mess with on the lanes. You don't want to be slapping shots out. You don't want to be goofing off because that fires him up like no other, and he will rip your throat out on the lanes. And that's Chad walking back right there. Chad Nelson, he's
oh, yeah.
turning around.
I've seen that guy before.
Yeah, he's very good.
I've seen that guy before.
And he just turned 50 last week, and he's going to go out and bowl the PBA 50 majors this year. So that's a guy. That's a guy you just don't want to mess with. Tony Oliva here, super nice guy. He went to Nebraska. He bowled for the University of Nebraska many moons ago. He was a great player. You know Brandon Mooney, I'm sure, the lefty.
I do.
You know him,
I do.
right? He's a good player. You know Stubler,
Yep.
right? Let's see. You know Russ Oviatt?
Yep.
Russ is a good player. Let's see. Obviously, you know Crummell and Pate. You know Steve Taylor? You know Steve Taylor? You know that name?
I believe I watched him bowl at the Holiday Doubles.
Yes, you're right. He
Yeah.
and Eddie Flanagan bowled together in that
Yeah.
one. They won that event one year. He's tough. You know Cam Crow, obviously.
Unfortunately.
Yeah. So anyway, there's a few names for you. And the other thing that's crazy about these events is it's you never know who's going to be here. Like guys miss events, guys bowl events. Sometimes like a Jason Guest will show up, Jason Poley will show up. One year, because it was between tour stops, Sean Maldonado, Tom Doherty, Andrew Anderson, Sean Rash all came by and bowled. Yeah.
But that was a good tournament, making people want to come back.
Well, but the crazy thing is Rash didn't even make top 12.
Really?
Yeah, and I don't think Doherty did either, but Maldonado did. They're tough, man.
Yeah.
And PBA players, when they're bowling on tough kegel patterns that they don't see all the time, they play. I'm sorry, but they play way different than like tour stops. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
The tour patterns, they kind of know going in what's kind of going to happen.
Great shot there on lane 13.
By Tom Hess, yep.
I think he wanted that too.
I think he did too.
He gave it a nice, very fierce fist pump when he.
As a matter of fact,
made
let's
that
look
spare.
at it again. Little 210, taking his time. This was just seconds ago, in case you missed it. Right here on the Red Zone channel. I just wanted to say that.
Yeah, that was clean. I
You
like
know,
that.
when people ask me, what type of job I'd like to have, hey, Mike, is there any dream job? I think the Red Zone channel would be my dream
The
job.
Red Zone channel. You know, that's a thing back home where I'm from. It's called the Red Zone.
Oh, really?
It's our schools. I don't know what you would call it. Our school club. I would say we have it on a T-shirt.
Okay.
It's like maybe like I don't even know how to call this, but it is called the Red Zone.
That's cool.
Yeah.
Are you familiar with what the Red Zone channel is?
Never heard of it.
That's the one thing about you and your family, dude. You guys do not venture outside of bowling at all.
Yeah, like we have a small core.
It's
of
crazy.
Things we like to do.
I know. The Red
Yeah.
Zone channel's on Sundays. DirecTV introduced it, I think it was 13 years ago.
Never heard of it.
DirecTV. So what they do is they take all the NFL games, and there's a dude in a studio who basically, this channel runs all day, and he skips around all the different games when teams get in the red zone, when they're about to score.
Really?
Yeah, so he's like, hey, everybody, welcome into the DirecTV studios. I'm your host, Andrew Siciliano, and today we've got a big one for you. We're going to head out to Detroit, where they're taking on the Washington Redskins. Carson Wentz, 1-0, coming into this game. And we've got this one. We'll start here on Browns.
Okay, that's
Mac,
actually
Mac
interesting.
Jones, right. And then the whole day, and sometimes they'll go to a triple box and a quad box, and all these different things are going on. And then basically they're showing the broadcast from the game, but this guy, Andrew Siciliano, he kind of facilitates the whole thing and also says, and let's go over to here, and we've got an update in Pittsburgh. We'll take you there next. And he's like, all day long, he's just all about football, dancing you around the NFL and showing you every scoring play that happens.
Okay, so that might be something I'd be interested in.
That would be a cool
Because
gig.
Kind of like qualifying at bowling tournaments. They're not very interesting, right?
Yeah, no, this guy, every time the team gets in a red zone or a score happens, he's there. He's in the studio. Oh, here we go. Here we go. And, there's 2 minutes left in the game, and Tom Brady has the ball.
Yeah, like that's the fun part.
Yeah,
That's down to
yeah.
the wire part.
I'd like to have that job.
Yeah, like watching a whole game, like the first 40 minutes of a football game, like it's not that interesting. Then you get down to the crunch time, and that's where you want to be. So, ooh, Tom Hess almost back-to-back split conversions there. But yeah, I would say we don't really branch out a whole lot, and we don't like. It doesn't mean a whole lot because we're not involved with the sports. I would say our biggest involvement is with NASCAR,
Right.
with Jeff Gordon and Jimmy Johnson, Tony Stewart being somewhat in the bowling industry now,
Yep.
along with a few other bowlers that are a few other race car drivers that have come out.
Have you met all those
Confess.
guys?
I have met Jimmy, Jeff. I don't know if I've ever crossed paths with Tony Stewart. Talked to Eric Armarola.
Yeah, I talked to Eric as well. What a nice guy.
Yeah, very
Holy
down to
cow.
earth.
Oh, my gosh.
Very down to earth, yeah. So, but yeah, like it doesn't really mean a whole lot to us. You watch a football game, and we just watch it for entertainment, I would say. But like some people, they gamble on it, they sports bet,
Oh,
they
yeah.
do all this stuff, and they get into it. They buy jerseys, merchandise, and all this stuff. And like I would say, we're so involved in bowling and what that has to offer, and
Yeah.
we just never focus on anything else besides that. So
That's my problem. I'm into all this useless knowledge, and I mean, like, I can sit here. I actually had this idea one day. I wanted to start my own YouTube channel where all I did was just go around and travel the country and go visit like filming locations or going to sporting events and hanging out at bars and talking to the locals and just recording it all, giving reviews of ballpark, stadiums, all that kind of stuff.
I bet that would go viral, Mike.
That'd be right in my wheelhouse.
You know, I heard you talking about yesterday you're going to be in a movie.
I am. The movie's coming out October 17th.
Yeah.
Yep.
Why don't you tell us a little bit about that?
American Murder movie. Tournament leader bowled 150.
She struggled in that game a little bit, Mike.
Ryan Burks had 203. Dwayne Kiltz had 185, and Jerry Mars 162. So that speaks to how difficult these lanes are, because those are our tournament leaders. Now next door, chasing them, Anthony Dodge, letter A, can bowl 162. Letter B is Darren Bloomquist. He can still bowl 203. Of course, our amateur champion there, Trent Mitchell, who won the amateur this year, he can finish out now with just 189, and then one Tom Hess can bowl 203. So 203 games would be the high for the 8 players that set the pace yesterday. Very good. They're playing very difficult today with the pattern being applied for the 4th time now this weekend. So very, very difficult out here. So
the high game in our 4-pair stretch, 4-2-1, and I don't see a whole lot of score besides that, Mike. Nope.
Steve Lane said here, I met Justin Bone when I won the PBA regional in Shawnee, Oklahoma.
It's Justin's first regional, I believe.
Let's see. Sue says the more you start bowling here in the Midwest, you'll get to know these guys more, Brandon.
I know a few of them.
Yeah.
And I know a few of them pretty well. I would say I've gotten to know Tom Hess really well. He's what a guy Tom Hess is.
Yeah, he is a guy.
So
He is definitely.
you don't want to mess with him on the lanes, though.
No.
No, but he's really cool. Some of these guys out here I've met through the college and youth bowling rankings. So I know a fair amount of them, but not as many as some other people.
Joe Bevelacqua here checking in saying, what's up, Mike? Can't wait to see you at Holiday Doubles and try not to butcher my last name. All right, I won't. Bevelacqua. Got that one. And then Sub-Zero here. I didn't think anybody was listening yesterday when I did this little Beatles thing. I don't know if you're familiar with the Beatles, the band from back in the day. But Sub-Zero says, hey, Mike, you should have done your Beatles parody for Brandon. See what he thinks. Maybe he'll join in. So the Beatles sing a song called Let It Be. You ever heard that?
Never heard of
it. It goes, let it be. Speaking words of wisdom, let it be. So you're pretty young, so you don't know the Beatles, but you should check that out. Ask your dad about it.
I think your next gig, Mike, after you come
American
off
Idol?
Yeah. After
America's Got
broadcasting
Talent?
and
Yeah, that's
YouTube and all the other fine things that you do, I think you should partake in singing and actressing.
Actressing. I could be a good actress.
Yeah.
That would be good. So yesterday what I did is I introduced the players at one point in time, and I'll do it again here, and you can tell me what you think, right? So the song again is Let It Be, Let It Be, Let It Be, Let It Be. So what I did is I was like, let's see what we got coming over here. Skip procedure is skip 1, so looks like on 11 and 12 we should have 7 and 8, right?
I've seen that familiar bowler before. Roger Hartford Jr. He grew up on the East Coast.
Yeah. Okay, so here we go. So over on 11 and 12, we have Dan Healy, who will be letter B, letter B.
Oh,
Roger Hartford's also bowling. He's letter A, letter A. And then we've got Mike Yaw bowling also. He is letter C. But don't forget Donovan Grubaugh, letter D. Letter D, letter D. Letter D, letter D. Donovan Grubaugh's letter D, but Daniel Healy's letter B. Yeah, that's what I did yesterday. It was a little bit better yesterday. Oh, man, he almost made that. So then right next door, we're going to have Josh Peverell will be letter A. Brian Tippett will be letter B. And then Dave Eggert will be letter C. And Tyler Follett will be letter D. So that's how that works. Somebody enjoyed that yesterday. I appreciate that.
You know, that was quite amusing for the soul, Mike.
I know.
That made me smile. Let her be. I like that one.
Yep, let her be.
That's a good one. Never would have thought you would have used a Beatles reference at a bowling tournament, though.
Oh, but there's all kinds of weird references all day long with me. Because we're on Inside Bowling.
Indeed we are.
I always do things a little bit differently.
Makes you unique, Mike.
Yeah, it's, you know, I got to have fun, too.
Of course.
Oh, now here we go. I love it. Arch K1. Please don't sing, please.
Hey, Mike, your true fans are coming out.
I know.
Yep.
It's fine.
Hey, but that's what's good about online broadcasting. You're always going to have people that hate on you. And
actually, I don't have many people that hate on me. It's just you know, I like Mike, but when he starts doing that part, I could do without that.
You know, Mike, that should fuel you to be a better singer.
I got no chance, dude.
Like, take your talents to somewhere where you can just put it all out on the line and make it happen.
Yeah, making it happen.
Yep. Nice rip the rack 8-pin on lane 14 there.
Oh, it was beautiful.
Not something you see very often.
No, and it's that much more fun when you are bowling on a really demanding condition to make a good shot. Here it is again in case you want to see it, everybody. Sound effects is what makes it.
So, Mike,
solid 9.
Another good shot there on our feed.
Yeah.
So, Mike, we mentioned before the pattern.
Yeah.
We mentioned the scores from earlier, from yesterday. 3 squads, all 7 games each, with 55 bowlers, and then 56 bowlers for our final squad last night.
You're a great listener.
I'm trying to be. I'm trying to take it all in here. But I want to hear your opinion on what makes this so difficult.
Thank you, Jennifer. It's the OB. It's the 9-2-2s that gets that brush so wet on the way down at a slow speed that there's no swing in the ball. You know what I mean? So back in the day, they call it a reverse block when it hooks in the middle and it's oily outside, right? And when that happens, you miss a little left through the face. You miss a little right, 2-pin combination for a right-hander, and off in a split. And you can't, there's nothing on the gutter. You can legit miss the head pin right or left.
Wow. I think the biggest part is, you know, watching all these bowlers, where are they all playing? There's many different strategies of attack, you know.
Yeah, but nobody's outside of 8 or should be.
Correct. There's some guys throwing urethane, hooking urethane, way left. I've seen right of 10, kind of like that 10 area, trying not to throw it any further out than, as you just said, 8. There's some guys going up it, going around it. There's a lot of different strategies of attack this morning, and I think that's another thing that makes it difficult is on tour, you see a lot of guys play in a similar part of the lane when it gets to Castro's round. We're not seeing that this morning. So when people go from pair to pair, they're not anything what they think they should be as.
Sure. I've got standings.
Standings.
So now Ryan Burks is your leader at plus 80. Second is Brittany Smith at plus 77. Darren Bloomquist third at plus 62. Dwayne Kiltz fourth at plus 61. Tom Hess and Trent Mitchell both at plus 57 sit fifth. In seventh is Chad Nelson at plus 50. Tony Oliva in eighth at plus 48. Nate Stubler up to ninth at plus 42. Russ Oviatt in 10th at plus 38. 11th is Paul Bober at plus 33. Along with Jerry Mars. Anthony Dodge is 13th at plus 32. Benji Martinez 14th at plus 24. 15th is Brandon Mooney at plus 17. Two other players plus. That is Steve Taylor in 16th at plus 5 and Donovan Thomas in 17th at plus 4. Nick Pate is the first man outside of the plus numbers. He is minus 1 at 18th. Followed by Brody Green at minus 3. Jet Bonifacio minus 6. That's your top 20. All those standings are available on the pinned comment I have in the chat. Also, remember, after this round, we'll be cutting to the top 10, in which the top 4 will all be seeded into the stepladder. But 5th through 10th will have to go through an elimination bracket to determine the 5th seed. So in that case, the 7th place qualifier will bowl the 10th qualifier. The 8th and the 9th will bowl each other. The winner of each one of those matches will go on to take on the 5th and 6th qualifiers. Then the winners of each one of those matches will bowl each other to determine who will be the 5th seed. And the top 4 will be chilling in the beautiful Kingpin Social, watching football and snacking until they have to take to the lanes. So you could be the top seed here, and it'll take about 2.5 to 3 hours before you get to bowl your championship match once you're done with the cashers qualifying. Very unique to this event.
Indeed it is. Now, would you want to be the top seed? So you only have
Honestly,
to bowl
no.
one game?
I mean, most people say yeah, but I don't think so.
Or you want to keep bowling the whole time?
I don't want to, I think I want to be the 4 seed. 4 or the 3 seed. 4 or the 3 seed, yeah. Yeah, I think
take a
so.
look at that real quick.
And they move pairs after every game in the step ladders. So it's not like a step ladder is on one pair. They move pairs. Nice conversion there on 11. Nobody playing the gutter except Kyle Anderson. That's true.
So what is next up on the schedule for inside bowling?
Oh, that's a good question. It's a good question. Because I'm 43 now, I can't remember anything. So I have this little thing called a Google Calendar. So let me give you some exact dates of what's going down here on Inside Bowling. Well, Brandon, coming up the 8th and 9th, Inside Bowling will be in Springfield, Missouri at Kevin Williams Doubles Tournament. We'll be streaming that one. The Springfield Doubles coming up October 8th and 9th right here on Inside Bowling. Then 2 weeks later, we'll find ourselves in Memphis, Tennessee, a little place called Memphis. On the 22nd and 23rd for the Nightmare Doubles. It'll be the 3rd year in a row that we have streamed the Nightmare Doubles. Looking forward to heading down to Memphis, Tennessee. And then I believe I won't be streaming anything in November for Inside Bowling, but there's a really good chance I'm going to head to a little place called Las Vegas, Nevada. And I am going to stream the Super Senior Shootout on Bowl TV with the team at Bowl TV, Ron Moore's event. And it's Nevada, not Nevada, but the people in the Midwest call it Nevada. That's why I use that pronunciation. It's actually Nevada. That's how you're supposed to pronounce that. And then in December, of course, it's the Holiday Doubles coming up. And that will be Friday, December 9th through the 11th right here on Inside Bowling. So we got a few events coming up here in the near future.
End out the year.
Yeah. Sure do.
the quite amazing 2022 year.
Yes, it is quite amazing.
Not sure if it was any better than 2020 or 2021.
Well, yeah, I don't know either.
I mean, 2022 for me personally was pretty decent.
Yeah, you had a good year.
Yeah. I would say for my family we had a good year.
Yeah, your dad did all right. Justin did okay. We got to get Sid on the get her going.
On the winning ways.
Yeah, I mean she finished 5th, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
5th at junior gold.
She's getting there.
Yeah.
She's getting there. I'll tell you, Mike. Last year before she bowled junior gold, 2 weeks before junior gold, she was tempted on bowling. She wanted to quit, Mike. She went out there and she finished 3rd and said, I think I can do this.
Yep.
And then this year, her first year in U18, made it all the way up to 5th. So, although it's not a win, it's a win in our book, and it's definitely a win in her book.
No doubt.
So.
No doubt. Now, of course, you know, I had to give her the business, and I walked up to her on the last day and said, didn't you get the memo?
Yeah, Dad won that week. Justin won that week. Me and Mom finished 2nd in the adult junior that week. I won that week. And Sydney was last in the family. She only finished 5th.
Yeah.
So
that's rough.
Yeah, very, very rough. But it was a win in her book. A win in our book as well. So a great week of bowling in Grand Rapids, Michigan. But anyway, getting back to the main reason why I'm here. The Ebonite Fall Classic. Scores are demanding. Lane conditions are hard.
All right, I got a little poll going up here in our YouTube community. Would love for you to answer the poll out there. If Brandon Bone would have bowled, he would have won. He would have been top 10. He would have cashed, or he would have bowled horrible.
I would have taken my chances if I was a betting man. If I was a betting man, I would say I would have cashed. I would have found a way to get there. I'm not saying I would make it any further than that. But if I was a betting man, I would say that I'd be bowling this morning. I believe that in 7 games, I could be 50 under.
Yeah.
On my best day. Or maybe a mediocre day.
14% of the audience thinks you would have won.
Really?
Yeah.
I need to have those 14% of those people, like,
they can DM you.
talking me up a storm or something.
Yeah. Slide into his DMs.
Okay, so 47% of people say I would have cashed. So I was pretty close there when I said, maybe they're listening to me and they know how I'm thinking, so that's going to affect the way that they're thinking. So we're up to 14% saying I would have won. Back up to 14%.
Yep, I'm going to end the poll now. Thanks for participating, everyone.
In 22 votes, 31% of people are saying I would have been in the top 10. Wow.
Well, they are walled on the left.
Always.
Yeah.
You know, I heard somebody tell me a long time ago, I asked them why they never went on tour. They were left-handed, and they were pretty good from back home. They easily could have made it on tour. Their reason is if I would have bowled good on tour, people would have told me that I only bowled good because the left was walled. And if I would have bowled a week and I bowled bad, people would just tell me I suck.
That's a great attitude.
Right?
I'm gonna bring in our double stack, double wide here. Get a look at some more styles out there on the lanes.
I think that's a good philosophy on the left. Maybe not the best philosophy,
No.
because there are some really good bowlers that do struggle. Doesn't mean they suck. All right, taking a look at 5 through 8 here on the top of your screen.
Yeah, I see Zach Rhodes.
For a little bit watching practice, and 1 and 2 look fairly tricky to start off.
Jet Bonifacio is up on lane 5. Also, letter A is Brett Lloyd, and letter B is Johnny Davis. Right next door, we got Jordan Eli as letter A. Letter B is Jake Cook. Letter C is Nate Reitsprecher, and letter D is Jace Meyer. So when does the collegiate season get going for you?
We start in Wauwatosa the first weekend of October.
Okay.
This is our first tournament. It's a Tier 1. And then take a weekend off of college bowling. And then the 15th and 16th we go to Wichita for Mid-States. And then take a weekend off, and I believe we have a tournament here in Cedar Rapids at home. And then a few more tournaments before winter break, and then right out of Christmas and winter and New Year break, we have a tournament in Addison, then the Hoosier, and preparing for nationals. So
The Hoosier's tough.
it is. It is. Out in Indy, I've heard that one is very difficult. The best of the best.
Very hard.
So I just got a text from a very integral person in my life. And it's not from my mother. Well, it is. I did get a text from her this morning too, but from Matt Russo. And you already did it, and you didn't even see the text message, Mike. Ask Mike about his split screen live stream view. You have changed from the single view to the double wide, and
Yeah.
it's pretty clean. I like how you can see the scores too.
It's
as well.
not bad. Somebody kind of bumped the camera a little bit. If you look at the top build, I like to see the lane numbers, and the lane numbers aren't there, and it looks like the scoreboard has been turned
Kinda
just
cut off a little.
little bit. It's been turned. So I believe it's a tabling issue over there, because I think if I move the table back a little bit, we'd be in good shape. I also went and grabbed some Windex and a really nice soft napkin, and I cleaned all of the camera lenses this morning just to give a little clearer picture for the folks at home. Those are the little things.
A little thing.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Those are the 2-in-1 adjustments on the lanes that makes me a champion up here in the booth. You know?
Indeed.
Yeah.
I like it. I like it though.
Yeah. 2-in-1 moves. It's a real treat having you here today. Appreciate you coming by.
Yeah, didn't expect to come this morning because of a laundry incident last night. I started laundry last night at 8:30, and I didn't finish folding my last load of clothes till 2 a.m. So I was kind of debating on coming, then realized I could use a little space outside the room. then yesterday I realized that Mike Flanagan was going to be here, so I said, hey,
I am here.
you can see Mike Flanagan.
You're like, oh, I can get some free self-promotion. Mike and I have a good relationship. I'm going to go ahead and just sit down with him the whole day.
Well, I would figure you'd had somebody in the booth
No, I don't.
at some point
No,
today.
typically, I don't. I just come here.
So-
I Vin Scully it and just do it by myself.
Man's free rolling it.
Yeah.
So, but it's nice. It's nice to get out of the room for a little bit and talk about something that means a lot to me and to a lot of these bowlers that are bowling out here. So, and this is no small tournament out here in the Midwest. These are meaningful tournaments
Oh yeah,
to a
definitely.
lot of these bowlers. The Fall and Winter Classic. And you don't walk your way into the title match here. You earn your way into the top
you do.
10 here. There are 13 games of qualifying. Top 10 will make it to, I would say, match play in your finals later on. I'm going to put you on the spot here.
Yeah, good question.
If you had to pick to win,
Yep.
who would your bet be on?
So there's something that tells me that Chad Nelson's going to win this tournament. Just totally off the top of my head.
Okay.
Now, from there, let me just take a quick little look-see.
I have my pick, and I'll let you know after you tell me yours.
I kind of got Chad Nelson and Tony Oliva as kind of my little guys there. I kind of like those guys. So Hess is the favorite. Okay, he's won 3 times and has probably got the most experience and is probably the best bowler in the field. Okay.
Well, there goes my answer.
All right. So I mean that's the chalk. That's too easy.
Okay, so if I had to go with someone besides Tom Hess,
Yeah,
is
so
that
the-
what you're saying?
I mean, yeah, and then I think you skip down to 18th. Nick Pate is probably the next guy,
Okay,
right? Like talent-wise, right
but
now.
he did win the 11th frame a couple weeks ago. So you can't win every tournament, Mike.
And Nick Crummell in 22nd is another guy, right? But they got some work to do to get to 10th. But it's only like 40 pins, right? So
Indeed.
those are the kind of guys. Those are the guys you kind of keep your eye on. You got a guy like Cameron Crowe as well, who needs to pop a 260 or 270 at some point, and then just 2-0 it. He's down in 35th, so it's really anybody's ball game. But if you had for me to just have to pick, Trent Mitchell's an interesting pick in 6th, because they're hard and he keeps his angles in front of him. But I'm gonna go Chad Nelson.
Chad Nelson.
Yeah.
All right, so if I had to go with anybody besides Tom Hess,
Yeah.
because clearly that is favorite.
He is the favorite. Yeah, it's like picking the Buffalo Bills to win the Super Bowl this year.
Really?
Yeah, you just don't. I mean, they're the favorites, and that's not fun. You don't look like a genius if you pick the favorite.
The Buffalo Bills and Josh Allen.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Favorites to win.
Let me see. I'm gonna go with. I have a feeling. I'm gonna give this one to Darren Bloomquist.
Okay, I like it.
Gotta go with Darren. He's been bowling pretty decent recently. Seen him down at the bowling center practicing when I have tendency to go in there a little bit later during the day.
Well, we will see what happens.
That's gonna be my pick. Cameron Foster putting up a really good game here on 9 and 10. A little bit off your screen here.
I think I told you about him.
You know, that was one name that you told me, and I said I wasn't familiar with.
Yeah.
I saw him. I watched him bowl. He looks familiar. Did I say his name sound familiar? I just didn't know how I knew him.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know him, but I don't know where. I don't know where I've ever seen him before.
He's a good bowler.
Maybe the Masters?
He's from Utah. Yeah. So I'm going to go to this camera angle, and you'll see Cam Foster on lane 9, everybody. He's up on the approach right now. You'll see him off to the right. And he's got 4 in a row, so of course he probably won't strike on this ball now that I put attention on him. Looked like he actually changed balls. Went Brooklyn. 246. Nice game, Cam.
And he is 49th position currently, minus 59. So 246. That'll get him to minus 13. That'll put him around the 24th to 27th area.
Yeah.
Give him a nice boost in the standings. Another game like that, he could find himself in the top 10 later after 6 games.
Sure. Ethan Irvin in the chat says, thanks for putting on the tournament. Well, I don't put on the tournament. The Greater Iowa Bowling Association does, but thank you for that. I'll let them know. I bowled it for the first time yesterday. Had a blast. I can't wait to come back for the winter one. Perfect. Thanks, Ethan.
Maybe I'll partake in the winter one.
Yeah, it's March 5th and 6th, I believe it is. Here, let me go check my Google Calendar. This Google Calendar is sick. You got a calendar or anything like this? Right there. Third.
I just got a personal planner when I got to school, so I have heard people use Google Calendar, and the most familiar thing I am with in Google Calendar is I actually have the app on my phone, Mike.
Yeah, so check this out, right? So if you want to say, hey, Mike, what were you doing in, let's go September of 2019. Well, I was at the PWBA Players Championship from the 3rd through the 3rd through the 8th, and I went and shot a Black Widow Ghost and Baller Ball videos at Tropicana Lanes in St. Louis for Ebonite. And then the next weekend, I came and streamed the Ebonite Classic. Kim's parents came out and visited in Utah for a week and a half. And then I had to do a staff camp thing online on the 21st. And then Brad Miller was out in Utah visiting the 24th and 25th, and he and I went to an Angels and Airwaves concert on the 25th.
Wow, that's impressive, Mike. So the only reason I know Google Calendar is because we use it back home at the bowling center.
Yeah. Well, I would highly advise you to get a Google Calendar and start plotting out everything. And you should go back and put past things that have happened in your life as well, because then you'll be able to look back one day and say, oh, what was I doing that year? Or, hey, what year did I do that? And you can just go to your Google Calendar, you can check it.
So if I asked my past tense life, what was I doing on June 6th of 2020? You'd have that answer for me.
Yeah, it'd be right in the Google Calendar.
That's actually pretty neat. I do like that.
Yeah, I love Google Calendar.
Yeah, I do like that.
I'm actually trying to retrace things from my past, like when did I move from each house when I was a kid? Obviously, when I was born. You can go back as far as you want in Google Calendar and add items. And then I have them all color coded.
Oh.
Yeah.
So each different color means something else.
Yeah. So green is an inside bowling event.
Okay.
Blue is when I go out and work as a contractor. So that could be Flow Bowling, USBC, Ebonite at the time. Those are all in blue, contract work. Anything in yellow is a personal thing. So if I went to a concert, it's in yellow. If I went to a baseball game, it's in yellow. If I go to a basketball game, it's in yellow. If I have a fantasy baseball draft or something I enjoy to do, it's in yellow. If I attend a funeral, it's in black.
Makes sense.
Yeah.
Makes sense.
I try not to have much black for the year.
Yeah, it's not very bright.
No. September 11th, I would put it black. 2001. Right?
I'd
So you just
put very black.
Yeah, you just put a lot, you know what I mean? So, but you can go back and look and say, oh, man. Because it really stands out on the calendar. Like, oh, man, it's a bad day. The day my mom died. That's Black Day.
Yeah.
But the Google Calendar can really show you kind of your year at a glance.
Yeah, can we get on a different topic here? You're going to make me in a depressed mood. And I talk about death and dying enough during the week. At school, I'm taking a death and dying class.
Are you really?
I am.
I didn't even know they offered that.
Yeah, well, when I first signed up for the class, the class is called The Final Journey, Maintaining Wellness. And the first day in the class, the teacher told us, Not sure why it's called the final journey maintaining wellness when we talk about death and dying the whole class. So yeah,
Wow.
that's what we talk about. So I talk about death a lot during the
Wow.
week. So only on Tuesdays and Thursdays though, and Sunday when I turn in my paper. So it's not a very bright topic. So there's a lot of black.
That's an interesting course.
So and very very interesting. So
I do just want to draw attention to this particular shot. It's perfectly level.
the cameras are focused, Mike.
Everything is level.
Indeed they are.
None of these
Nothing is
cameras are
cut
12
off.
years old. I need to upgrade them.
Well, high quality matters, Mike.
I know.
And these look pretty high quality.
They're
to
all
me.
right. They're all right. They're all right. Let's see. How many viewers did we lose? Hoosiers hard because Hoagland doesn't like lefties. Ha ha ha. After seeing the quality of this field, I'd like to change my vote to Justin making the top 10. Brandon, where are you going to college? Mount Mercy, right?
Not Mercy.
Let's see. Mike, thanks for putting on. Oh, that was a while ago. Wasn't there a Tony Oliva baseball player? There was. Brandon's enrolled at Mount Mercy. Okay, somebody answered that. Okay, we're caught up. I want to welcome in all 251 viewers. Thanks for watching. If this is your first time being here, please give us a subscribe to the channel. A little over 63,000 subscribers here now. Can't wait to get to 100K. It will happen one day. We're forecasted right now to get there in, I believe, 22 months. In 22 months, we will bust 100,000 if we continue at the same pace that we are. We'd like to get there a little bit faster than that, but when it does and that Google Play button comes to the house, it will be, on that day, it will be very, very yellow on my calendar because that means it's a personal thing.
I'm sure you will remember that for quite some time.
I
Mike.
will. I will. That's going to be a good day.
Indeed it is.
And then the next milestone after that is 1 million.
That might take a little bit longer than 22 months. Maybe 22 months times a few other numbers.
Yeah. True.
I'd like to know how many people on YouTube have 1 million or higher in their subscriber count.
Yeah, it's more than you would think. But yeah, that's it's quite an accomplishment.
Indeed. So wrapping up game 2 here of 6. Not again, Mike. Not a lot of high scores.
No.
The highest score we have on the featured pair here is only 209. So it's higher than game 1, where we saw a 224 way down there on, looks like 5 and 6 game 1. 209 on lane 14 for letter C.
Letter C. Letter C.
And then as we saw on 9 and 10, Cameron Foster with 246.
So I'm going to leave for a second. I'm actually going to tidy up this shot here.
Okay.
Now, a pro's pro would tidy up the shot off camera. But because I'm so good, I'm going to actually leave it on this and correct it with the viewers watching.
Okay. I want to see this, Mike.
Oh, you're gonna see it.
I want to see this.
So basically, the camera needs to come down a little bit on the left on both shots.
Okay.
So I'm gonna try it.
We're going to see this. We're going to check this out. We're going to check out Mike Flanagan's professionalism here at 10:25 a.m. Inside Bowling Channel. We're about to see it. There's the wiggle of the movement of the camera. Needs a little help. Just going back to fix it one more time. Survey says that's pretty good. Needs a little bit more help, as Mike says. He's going to go back and fix it for a third time here. He wants to get this down. Going back for a fourth time. So here comes back Mike. And Mike, any better?
It's improved. Yeah, it's improved. It's more level.
You know, I thought you would be done after the second time. The second time looked pretty close to being pretty good. And then your professionalism made you go back and go back for another time.
Yeah, it's better. It's better.
It's definitely less crooked, I would say.
Yeah, you got to build all these things in layers. So these are all layers right here.
Hey, but that's what makes you stand out, Mike. When you see a mistake,
I know.
you go fix the mistake. So I was reading in the chat a little.
Uh-huh.
And there's a question. When you hit 100,000 subscribers, are you going to do an unboxing of the
Oh, of
Google
course.
Play
Yeah,
button?
I'll do that. Yeah.
I'd watch that video.
Yeah, I'll do an unboxing.
You know what, Mike? I think... No, I know this for a fact. I know I watch a fair amount of Inside Bowling videos.
Yeah.
But... I don't know if I'm a subscriber.
Oh, my God. That's a problem if you're not.
We're going to find out right now. Let's see. It's loading.
Negatory.
You are at now. You have now just gained one more subscriber today.
Very nice.
So for any of
Thank
you
you.
out there that are not subscribers, I think you should go look on your YouTube feed right now and hit that subscribe button. You can be just like me and support Mike Flanagan and Inside Bowling so he can produce more videos like this that you're watching right now.
Yeah, I wish I could just do stuff like this full time and make a living, honestly.
That'd be pretty cool. And it would help you upgrade your cameras.
Oh, definitely.
Yeah, you could get some new cameras after 12 years. Not saying these are bad or anything.
No, they're fine.
Yeah.
You know. So Daniel Dino says, "Good morning, Mike." Checking in. He's Clark Kent. I call him Clark Kent. I don't know why he's Clark Kent checking in. Great coverage as always. What's up, Mr. Dino? Nice to hear from you. I nickname all these bowlers. I do all these goofy things, yeah.
I like it. I like it.
And then little things stick to people, too, because, like, Tony Oliva came up to me and goes, "Hey, man, I listened to Rhinestone Cowboy the other day. I was thinking about you." Because on the PBA 50 Tour this year, every time James Campbell came through, I'd play Rhinestone Cowboy, which has nothing to do with James Campbell. But there was a guy by the name of Glenn Campbell, just has the same last name, sings Rhinestone Cowboy. So I just play it whenever.
So that's where you get it from.
Yeah, that's it. And it makes no sense because it's not like his name is Glenn Campbell. His name is James Campbell.
Campbell, all the same thing.
Bowled for a title this year against your dad.
He did indeed. Did indeed. I remember that night. Remember that night.
I'm going to hand this to you to analyze.
All right,
And
game 2.
And I'm going to go find it
We
in the
have-
drive.
We have a scoring update.
We do, but here on the production side of things, you got to give me 2 seconds
Okay, I'll wait for you.
to do this
I will
little
wait for you.
Shift Command Alt 4, which is a screen grab. And then I go and grab the top 16. Actually, I'll go 17-ish here because there's a tie. Then I go over here into my production software. And I go in and I add that particular screenshot I just took. And then I scale it. And I throw it in like the bottom right area.
See, this is the professionalism coming out.
And now you can go over the standings.
Now we can see it. So, your leader after 2 games this morning is Ryan Burks at plus 87. In second, your pick to win today is
Wow.
Chad
He's up
Nelson
to second.
at plus 85.
Oh.
Nate Stubler making quite the run, bowling a huge game that game.
He could be a 3-time champion and join Tom Hess as the only 3-time champion.
Jumping up to third place at plus 78. And fourth is Tony Oliva at 59 over.
That's my
Fifth
other guy.
is, I would say, a lot of people's picks, Tom Hess at plus 58.
Uh-huh.
My overall pick, Darren Bloomquist at plus 58
Drop
as
him
well.
like a rock, my friend. Drop him like a rock.
And seventh is your qualifying leader from yesterday, Brittany Smith, having a rough outing this morning at plus 53.
You're doing a great job.
I listen to a lot of people do this, so.
Yeah. Keep going. Keep going. It's great.
In 8th place at plus 52 is Paul Bober. In 9th, Anthony Dodge at 51. And rounding out the top 10, your cut number for later today after 6 games is Russ Oviatt at plus 50. Coming down the line, we have 18 people plus. And 18th is plus 9, William Jones. And we just saw Cameron Foster bowl 240. He's now jumped up from 49th to 23rd place with that 246 game at minus 13. So he's another one to watch this morning. He could make a run into this top 10 here. Starting out this game, spare double. So he's got a chance here
Yes,
to
sir.
make something happen.
Very nicely done.
I try. I try.
We are watching Will Matafee, his pair, which has I will find his pair. Here it is. Will Matafee is letter D on 11 and 12. Excuse me. How did I get back over here? I was trying to go here. There we go. That was a quick peek over there. So Will Matafee is letter D on 11 and 12. Letter C is Ryan Powers. Alec Riesland is letter A. Jarrell Morris is letter B. And then over on 7 and 8, Jason Miner is letter B with Logan Williams letter A. Quentin Bolin is letter C. And Steve Taylor is letter D. How's Steve Taylor doing in the standings?
Steve Taylor is 16th place at plus 5.
All right, so we're gonna break down Steve Taylor here a little bit. He'll be up in a moment. Coming into scene here. So you look at Steve, right? So he's letter D. Strike, 9 spare, 7 spare, strike, 8 spare. So he's got a strike on each one of the 2 lanes, and this is a crafty veteran here that keeps his angles pretty straight. Kind of spins it a little bit.
Steve Taylor is 21st at minus 4. I was
Okay,
looking
so-
at the
so
game 1 update.
Okay, so minus 4. But here we go. He's kind of playing just right up like around 8 or 9. And there's a strike, okay? So this guy, he's got the pair kind of figured out. Because you can do that in 4 or 5 frames as a veteran. You kind of understand how the lanes are playing. He's thrown a strike on each lane now. He's actually thrown 2 strikes on the left lane. So he's gone back-to-back strikes on the left lane. He's lined up. On the right lane, he's gone 7 spare, 8 spare. I didn't see what he did on those shots. But this is one of those things where the betting odds, if we had live gambling on this, the chances of him throwing a strike on the right lane is probably like not the favorite, right? The over-under is probably 8.5 for him on that lane since he's gotten 7 and 8 the last 2, right? So it's probably like 8.5. I'm going to put in a 5-star lock play of the day on Steve Taylor on lane number 8 on his next shot, getting a double.
You think
Because
so?
that's what Steve Taylor does. And that's what you got to pay attention to, Brandon, is these veteran guys that have all this experience and how this guy is clean through this game. He's knocking on the door. He's still got the top 10 in his sights. He's just lurking. And he's in game 3. Game 3 or game 4, this man has to bowl 230 to give himself a shot. And he will bowl 230. And because he has 3 strikes in 6 attempts so far on this pair, and he has thrown a strike 2 times in a row on the left lane, the due theory and his experience and knowledge and all of the information he's gathered from his shots on this pair, he is doubling here. He will double.
You think so?
Absolutely. I mean, worst case scenario, and I don't want to like backtrack here, he's going to hit the 1-3. Okay. If he blower 8 pins, sorry, I nailed it. You know what I mean?
That's just bad luck.
Yeah, he's going to double here.
So what are the odds on this double, you saying, Mike?
I would say because he hasn't been striking a lot and because of the pace of play, a strike here is probably like plus 150 on a strike here from Taylor. Yeah.
1.5 to 1.
I think so. I mean, he's gone 7 and 8 the last 2 times on this right lane.
No, that is true. So it looks like Steve's throwing a brand new hammer ball called the Envy.
Yep. And here's his double right here. It's coming.
That looks pretty close. Ooh.
Oh, man. That was perfect.
That was close.
I mean,
he wanted that too.
yeah, he threw it beautiful.
He gave it the good shot when he came back.
I knew he was hitting the 1-3.
You knew it.
Yeah, after going 7 count, 8 count, and being a veteran.
It's like you went ahead of time or something.
Oh, it's just what happens, man. When you sit here and watch long enough, there are just certain guys that are just, they're gamers, dude. They just, every shot matters. They're gathering data. And that's where like him and Chad Nelson and Tony Oliva, those are the guys that will snake bite you. And because nobody's talking about them. Everybody's like, oh, there's Cam Crow. Oh, there's Stubler. Oh, there's Hess. They're not talking about these guys, dude.
The underdogs.
But they're not underdogs. They just sit in the weeds. Nobody can see them. And the next thing you know, oh, shit, he just beat me.
You know, there's a guy on tour like that. You know his name? You know who I'm thinking of?
Let me try to get there. He's bowling on tour right now.
Bowling on tour. He's won 2 majors.
He's won 2 majors. Chris Prather?
I would say Chris Prather is a top-notch player. So, and Chris Prather is always there. A lot of people always talk about him. So no.
You think a lot of people talk about Prather?
I think so, yeah. I
Oh.
think a lot of people try to be like Prather. You know, I had a memory come up this morning, actually, of Chris Prather. He was in my house a year ago today.
Really?
Yeah. Anyway, besides the point.
2 majors. 2 majors. Tom Smallwood have 2 majors?
He does.
Is that who it is?
That is who it is. You know, you don't think a lot of Tom Smallwood, right? And, you know, many people might write him off.
I like where you're going with this. I agree.
But,
Tom
you know,
Smallwood is like Steve Taylor or Chad Nelson here.
When he's got it,
Yeah.
He's got it. And you don't think a whole lot of him. But he can just come up, and he's got it right there.
He's awesome. Yeah.
He's like a snake.
Yeah.
And you see him?
He is.
He comes up very, very slowly, and then boom, right there, and then he's ahead of you.
So Steve Taylor has struck both his last 2 shots on lane 7. Will he strike on this ball?
I'm going to give the odds like 2 to 1. 3 to 1.
I think he strikes. He did strike, but not how
Hey.
you would draw it up.
The scoreboard says the same thing, whether it's a Brooklyn or 10 back.
So the over-under on Steve's score should be 196.5.
You think so? Well, I think, based off what you're telling me, Mike, I think the next shot is going to strike.
Yes, me too. But if there were odds being set on this, it would be 196.5. Because he's going at a 197 pace, right? Which would mean he would need spare, strike, spare. So the over-under would be 196.5 on Steve's game right now.
196.5. I like that half.
Yeah, 196.5. And I'd be taking the over for a lot.
196.5.
Yep.
So you're going to take the over? So does that mean I have to take the under?
No. You can
Okay.
side with me.
I'm going to give him 205. So I will take the over with you. I have a feeling that he's going to double somewhere. It's either going to be in the 9th to make it a double, or he's going to double in the 10th.
And I'm going to go 215. I
Okay.
think he bowls 215. I think he strikes on the next 2 balls and then gets 8.
Good guess.
Strike, 8
We'll see.
there. The odds are not in my favor that happens, as hard as they are, but we'll hang out here with these 2 pairs, and then we will bounce over 11 through 14. We do have a big game getting bowled here. At least a good start here. Spare 5-bagger. Cameron Foster bowled 240 the last game, not Cam Crow.
And looking over at Cam Foster right now on 15 and 16, it's kind of like on the struggle bus on the right lane here. Last 3 shots, 7 spare, 9 miss, and he's looking at a 310 baby split here. With a conversion, he can strike out in the 9th and 10th.
Oh, that's got to hook a lot.
215.
Steve Taylor just totally made me look like an idiot.
Well, there goes the 215 number.
Yeah, they're just hard.
You called the 8.
I did, but
You
I
called
thought
the
I thought it would be. Your 205 is still in play.
Well, see, now he just got a double on the left lane.
Yep.
And he struck on the left lane.
Yeah, he has a couple times.
I said 205, correct?
Yeah, you said 205.
Okay, so he needs double an 8 and a 10th with the spare.
Yep. He will spare this. It'll hit the left side of the head pin.
Indeed.
That 10 pin was the one that got away. So Taylor's gonna bowl 230 the next game.
So 205 for Steve Taylor. I'm calling.
That's what you're calling. Yep.
You want to take the over or under, Mike? He can only max for 207.
I'm disappointed that that he didn't strike on the last ball.
Well, I'm not sure what to tell you there. You know, Mike, can we take a look at 11 and 12 here? We have a 5-bagger running on
we
lane
do.
11.
We do. Let's do it.
I'm not sure of the bowler.
Yeah, we're gonna figure that out right now.
Would
Brett.
believe it's lane 1 this pair started on.
Johnny Davis.
Johnny Davis on a 5-bagger. Looking to crack open a 6-pack.
And he just did.
Here in game 3. Johnny Davis is currently in 55th place, minus 113. Looks like he is struggling this morning. With the 160 the last game. But a 6-bagger this game. He's going to need a little help and some more to try to get in this top 10 number. A few more games like this one currently he has. And maybe that could get him in there.
Steve Taylor.
Packs it. Come on.
You need a strike here.
Need a strike and 8 for
Strike
205.
and 8. Yep. You'd have it.
And that'd be crazy, Mike.
Gotta love Steve Taylor, man.
First time taking the over-under. Right, well, sitting right next to you is the first time.
And how about this game right here by Taylor? It's clean. That's what I like, man. When you go out to these tournaments, you see guys bowl, like, oh man, this guy, he throws it okay. Oh, I've heard he's won some big tournaments over the years. Oh look, he's clean on brutal lane conditions. He doesn't miss spares.
To get in the 2-0s. Come on!
Lean on.
Oh, if that would have fell, Mike.
So what a grind. Strike, 9 spare, 7 spare, strike, 8 spare, strike, solid 10. Strike, 8 spare, strike, wiggle 2, and he's going to go -3. That's just, man, that's brutal. That's when these guys out here that grind like this look over at a guy like you. You got like 7-bagger. And they're like, what the hell? I'm too old for this.
Or when guys like me just don't bowl.
That's true.
I'm having a great time this morning.
You got to be kind of sort of, though, a little
Yeah.
bit like, man, I should have bowled this.
Yeah, I'm having mixed feelings, but I did submit a paper yesterday.
That's good.
I felt accomplished yesterday when I did. Had to watch a 2-hour movie on a movie I'd never seen before. Then write a paper on it.
What movie?
It's called St. Vincent.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. For anybody that hasn't seen it, I strongly suggest it. It was actually a really good movie. Then I had to write a paper on it. And then I finished the paper. And then started my laundry, as I stated earlier, that took way too long. So Johnny Davis connects a 7-bagger
Yep.
here in game 3.
Where's he at in the standings?
He is deep down in the standings. In 55th out of 56 this morning at -113.
Okay.
We saw in game 2 that he struggled for 158, I believe. Not sure what he had the first game. But 158 the last game and a 7-bagger this game. Looking to move up in the standings. Looking around for any other big scores. On the top of your screen on 5 and 6, letter B. Strikeout in the 10th for 238. I believe that is Jarrell Morris.
Alec Riesland's got 238. Right here on 5 and 6, he can strike out for. Oh, no, you're right. Never mind. Continue on. Continue on. Don't mind me.
Other than that, it looks like just Johnny Davis on lane 11 here. See if he can connect for 8 in a row.
Oh, almost got her to go. 269, the max score left for him.
All right, so say we give him 269. He's gonna move up to 69. That will put him around the 40 under mark. So that'll put him around 32nd, 33rd place.
So he can move up 20 spots.
Yep.
Ish. And
And
then
he
he
misses
misses
it.
the 10 pin. Steve Taylor wouldn't have missed that 10 pin.
No, that's like a Kevin Williams game.
Chad,
8-bagger and
Chad,
no spare.
Yeah.
Yeah. Spares are overrated.
That's funny. That's funny.
And how about this game? For Brett Lloyd on 11 and 12 here. He has struck every shot on lane 12.
Yep.
And he's going to bowl 160. 3 opens on the left lane. So wrapping up game 3 here, and the scores are still kind of equally as tough as they started out.
Oh, yeah.
We're seeing a few more scores here and there, but nothing too great. Jarrell Morris stepping up on lane 6 here, looking to get himself into the 220s. And a 7 pin.
If you want standings, there is a pinned comment by me in here, standings. You click on that, it takes you to a Google Drive, and you just click within the squads, and you can find anything you want about this tournament in this Google Drive that I have pinned at the top of the chat. Another question, how do our Ebonite Classics compare to the Bradley as far as tough? The Bradley's tougher because the patterns are, I don't want to use this word, but it's the best one I can come up with right now. Their patterns are ridiculous. Like, it's not like a Peterson type thing, but they're really, 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 really hard.
It's just a lot of oil.
The Bradley, yeah, just a lot. Yeah. These are tough, but your ball changes direction.
Where at the Bradley, they don't change direction on the fresh.
Yeah, not much.
So unless you roll your ball around in the railroad outside,
yeah,
you ain't getting anything to move at the Bradley. So that's one tournament I do want to bowl. When I turn adult, of course.
Yep. When are you doing that?
Hopefully sometime soon. Yeah. I had he told me that understand the countdown is on, and after next year's Junior Gold, you will be available to bowl anything almost anywhere at any time. But until then, please write it out until you get to that point. All right, so Johnny Davis with a fill shot for 257.
Yep. After bowling 150 his first 2, he just said.
Yep. He's got 3 more games here, and anything can happen.
Anything can happen, yeah, that's true.
Doesn't throw bad either.
No.
Got really good ball reaction now, so anything can happen. Johnny Davis, 257 on lanes 11 and 12. It's going to move him up a little bit in the standings. Probably get him out of the 55th range here.
What about Zach Rhodes here? Where's he at?
Zach Rhodes in 37th place at minus 49.
Okay, he can pick up 15. He can cut into this.
So I just heard from Johnny Davis he moved in an arrow. So maybe that was his problem in the first 2 games.
Could be.
Climb where you can. Did you put anything into
Well, Brandon, when you get old, you got to stretch your legs. So I'm a,
Sounds of wrapping up game 3, starting game 4, and
yeah, I'm
when we
swapping
come
out the
back,
graphic here. Yeah.
we'll be beginning game 4 of 6 with 3 to play here at the 2022 Ebonite Fall Classic.
That's it. We're just getting settled back into the booth here, everybody. We got a game standings update coming for you. I'm going to let Brandon run that down as soon as I get my graphic up.
I'm going to give you the rundown again.
Yeah, and I might look like I know what I'm doing here.
Maybe this would be like what I talk about when I go home. My favorite part of the day. What'd you do this weekend? I sat in the booth with Mike Flanagan and I read off the scores.
Yeah, it is kind of fun.
That's going to be the part I remember the most.
So we've got scores in after game number 3. I'm displaying them on the screen, and go ahead and run it down. Tell us what you see there, bud.
Your new leader in the clubhouse after game 3 of this morning's 6 games is Chad Nelson.
Yeah.
Name sounds familiar, Mike.
Yeah.
You know,
Sure.
I don't know why, but it sounds really familiar. It's like somebody picked him to win today or something like that. But Mike's projected winner of this 2022 Ebonite Fall Classic, Chad Nelson, with a big game, the last game, he had in the 250 range. So boost him into the leading position with 3 games to go here. In second, Ryan Burks at plus 77. Third, Trent Mitchell at plus 74. Another bowler with a big game, Trent moving up from 13th to 3rd that game with 244.
Yeah, it's massive.
In fourth, Nate Stubler. In fifth, your qualifying leader after yesterday, Brittany Smith at plus 66. In sixth, Darren Bloomquist at plus 64. Seventh, Dwayne Kiltz at plus 55. In eighth is Tom Hess at plus 53. I actually just went to go speak to him, and he has missed 2 makeables, and he's topped both of them so far. Struggling to find a double. His games are along the lines of 2-0, 2-0, and 190. So not a whole lot for Tom Hess this morning, but he's not killing himself in 8th place. Only in the number by 9 pins at the moment. So tied for 9th and 10th at plus 44 with Tony Oliva and Anthony Dodge rounding out your top 10. And 11th is Russ Oviatt at plus 38. And 12th, Brandon Mooney at plus 26. 13th is Jerry Mars at plus 22. Behind him is Benji Martinez at plus 21. And going down the list a little, again, 18 people are plus, Mike. William Jones in 18th at plus 1. So
Nick Pate making a little move there here.
in 16th currently. Started this morning. And after game 1, he was 18th at minus 1. He is now 16th at plus 14. So keeping a steady pace this morning.
Yeah, getting out of the negatives into the plus. That's, you know.
Good shot there on lane 11. So during our break we just had, I went to go talk to Tom Hess down on 27 and 8, excuse me. And he's not seeing a lot of scores.
No.
But he did tell me that Chad Nelson had just bowled 240 or 250 and Trent Mitchell bowled 240. So
And your initial reaction to Chad Nelson's 250 was,
Mike.
damn it, Mike.
It's like Mike was on the ball with that one.
Those are actually my favorite types of bowlers. The scrappy guys from home that just...
It's like they know, Mike. It's like they knew that you were their pick.
Yeah.
Or they were your pick.
That's true.
Like they knew. Can we take a look at 5 through 8 here on maybe a double wide? So
you want to go double wide?
Yeah, I'm a big fan of the double wide here.
Okay.
Nick Pate stepping up here on lane 7. No good there. But Nick Crummel putting together a really solid game on lane 8 as he is letter A. Nick Crummel currently in 22nd place at -20. So big game needed here to try to boost himself in the top 10. In front of us, Mike, we have Ryan Powers, the front 7 currently.
Yeah, he's right here on 9 and 10. He's up on lane 10 currently. You'll see him on the bottom left side of your screen as ball go down the lane there.
And well was.
Just as we draw attention to it.
Yeah.
I'll tell you kind of a cool thing. You know, I think he's one of the most underrated left-handers of all time. And I only say he's underrated because he just doesn't get talked about a lot right now. You probably wouldn't call this guy underrated because I know you have a lot of respect for him. Mike Albee.
I'd believe that. I would.
Kind of retired early.
Your statement is true.
Albee was awesome, man.
He was.
The reason why I bring this up is I'm playing him in fantasy football this week.
You're playing against him?
Yeah, I invited him to my league, and he was like all in. He hasn't played in like 5 or 6 years. He used to run the fantasy baseball league out on the tour in the 80s.
Really?
Where they had to fax in the lineups and everything, yeah.
So I really only know Mike because whenever he bowled against my dad on TV back before I was born, it was almost like Dad matching up against Wes Malott.
We just had lights go out in the building, by the way. Oh, they just popped back on.
Lights flicker.
It was like who bowling Wes Malott?
It was like Dad bowled Wes Malott.
Okay.
Yeah. Whenever he bowled Wes Malott, it would just be, oh, well, looks like we're going home early today. I think Dad is 0-5 against Wes on TV. Wes is averaging 260 against him.
Has Albee got a bunch against your dad, too?
It's like Mike Albee has his number or something.
Really?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. So that's the one thing I'll never forget when my dad talked about it. Talked about him was that he could just never find a way to beat Mike Albee on TV.
So this is kind of a bigger deal to the older guys in bowling, and it may not mean that much to you, or I'm not sure. We've never had this conversation, but let's have it on air right now. You do realize in bowling, they went from rubber bowling balls to plastic to urethane to reactive, right? I mean, those are 4 very different ball types.
Uh-huh.
They really are, right? I believe, this hasn't been confirmed, but I believe through research, my buddy Steve Orff also alerted me to this, I believe Mike Albee is the only player in the history of our game to win a PBA title with rubber, plastic, urethane, and resin.
I never even would ever think about that. See, that's something only you would think of, Mike.
He's the only player in the history of bowling. Many people would say, oh, no, Pete Weber. Pete Weber never won with rubber.
That's actually a cool fact.
Mike Albee, I believe, is the only player to win with all 4 materials ever in the history of the PBA. Ever.
Huh. I would never, in my wildest dream, ever think of that.
That's a cool stat, isn't it?
That is a very cool stat, actually. It's like Johnny Petraglia, the only bowler to ever win in, what is it, 6 different decades?
Yeah, decades, yeah.
He's cool to watch. Johnny grew up at the same center that I grew up in. And he's down there every day, trying to get a little bit better, finding ways. He's always critiquing different ways to attack the lanes.
Some people are having some issues with the standings, okay? So I want to talk out loud through this for everybody, okay? There's a bit.ly link at the top of the chat. So I'm going to click on it right here with you, Brandon, to make sure I'm not losing my mind. So I click on the link, okay? In here, we have A squad, B squad, C squad, all squads combined, A and B combined, and then the lane pattern, and then it says round 2. This is round 2. You click on round 2, and it's got a 2-3, a 2-2, and a 2-1. 2-3 is the most updated standings. They're there. You see them, right? You see them right on the same link everybody else is clicking on. It's right here. So that's where you go and find the standings. So if you can't find them, you're just not clicking in the right folders, okay? So it's there, everybody, I promise.
We got to fly it.
We got to fly in the Google Drive. So anyway, so it is there. If you don't see it, it's there. I promise you.
Great shot there. Getting back to the action.
Oh, yeah.
Not to interrupt you or anything,
Cam.
Michael, but Cam Crow looking to punch out in the 10th here for 258. And during our commentary break, he informed me that he was going to bowl 750 the back 3.
Yeah, that's a little lofty there. But, okay.
But Cam's the one to know. If you don't know Cam Crow, he can talk a big game.
He can. And he can bowl a big game. If you remember, if you turn back the clock here, I said earlier Cam Crow will bowl 270 somewhere. I said, you know, and Cam can bowl 270. He's going to need 270 in there to pop in there. And this isn't 270, but it's 250.
Yep.
I want to know what he picked in the 5th.
He picked a 310, I believe.
Notice the scoring pace here. I mean, I'm upper left box. You got 5 out of 7 strikes for letter C. Letter A, same situation, clean. Top right, you've got letter A has missed twice. You know, this is kind of unheard of.
Yeah, the scoring pace looks like it's going up a little.
Bottom left box looks normal. Bottom right box, you got Cam with 250.
Yep, 258. And I'm going to try to get Cam over here.
Okay.
To see what all he changed from game 3 to game 4.
He's kind of sort of walking around.
All right. So calling Cam over here.
I'll just give him his headset.
He told me after game 3. Hey, Cam.
Hey, Brandon.
So he told me after game 3 that he was going to bowl 750 the back 3 to get in the number.
And I have 250. Uh-oh.
You have 258. Mike wants to know what you converted in the 5th frame.
A baby split.
Okay, so it was
what was
310.
Yeah, it was 310.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
And we have one question. What did you change from game 3 to 4?
Stop throwing it back. I literally just stopped throwing it back. I have great ball reaction right now. I just couldn't find a way to, like, get 10 to fall multiple times. Every time I get on a string, I'd either throw it horrible or throw a good one and it'll leave 2 pins that are apart. And that's a part of bowling, but I got to limit those throwing in horrible parts. I'll do that one a lot better.
And what ball are you throwing, Cam?
I'm throwing it track bowling stealth. You happy?
All right, well, great choice for a great bowler and a great game. So.
Not a purple, guys. Not a purple.
All right. So we're going to keep track of Cam the next 2 games, see if he can get to that 750 number. He's got a really good start to that 750 number for the back 3 with 258. So looking to get himself in the top 10.
We got a man on the move here, Nick Crummell, playing extremely deep, playing 5th arrow. And his first shot in the 10th looks like not so great, leaves a 7-pin, but he can bowl 244 now even with that. And Nick Crummell was, I believe, just 10 under-ish, 20 under.
Nick Crummell, 20 under.
So he's going to go to 24. He can go to 24 over with 2 to play. Nick Pate can bowl 218. But look at these other scores.
Looking around, there's I see 250, another 250, down on 3 and 4.
Paul Bober over here. I think it's Paul Bober. Paul Bober's letter A can bowl 269 on 5 and 6. Mr. Lugo, Luis Lugo here, has a 4-bagger now as letter C. Oh, excuse me, letter D. Letter C, William Jones has got a 4-bagger. And you're right, we had 254 down there.
So a few big games coming in game 4 here.
Tommy Barnwell had 254. Is that 227 next to him? Looks like it.
Looks like it. Looks
That
like
was Benji Martinez.
Nate Stuber's got a decent game going down there, a 1 and 2.
He does. And Stubler's kind of man on the move, isn't he? Stubler's up there now, isn't he? 4th?
He is 4th.
Stubler could win this thing. He's won twice already.
So Nick Crummell finishes 243. That's going to move him to plus 23, get him around the 13th, 14th range with 2 to go. Probably be about 20, 25 pins out of the number, I would say, because I would have to imagine the number's going to go up a little bit this game. But who knows? It could go down. Could go down, but we are starting to see some score here in game 4. It started last game. We saw a few people pop off some games last game.
Yeah, we had a comment in the chat regarding the Albee winning with 4 different materials. Somebody mentioned Steve Neff. I just looked up Steve Neff's titles. He won in 74, 75, 77, and 78. Reactive resin was not invented yet. Those were his 4 titles. So I'm not even sure urethane was out. But yeah, I know he would have won with rubber for sure.
Steve Taylor not happy about that first shot in the 10th.
No, because he knows he's running out of time.
Nope, not happy with that one. Looking at 183 with the strike on the fill ball. He's going to lose 17 pins. And Steve Taylor is currently 19th at -7, so he's going to need 2 solid games here down the stretch in games 5 and 6.
He's beating his head against the wall.
Dude, he is. Good one there on the fill ball, but fill ball always strikes, Mike.
I know it does.
Yep. The top left of your screen, you just saw Luis Lugo for a 4-bagger. Trying to get himself with a solid game. Currently sitting at -78 in 40th position.
Eric Dustin, I did not look up senior events. That's a good point. He may have won a senior PBA 50 title or whatever Steve Neff could have. It's possible. I was just thinking on the national tour itself. Albee has won with all 4 materials on the regular tour.
All right. Well, William Jones, who has been the average guy around even at +1 currently, he's going to get himself in the low 2-teen range, 211 with the spare. It's going to put him at +12. He's going to need some help the next 2 games to get himself into the number here.
Yep.
And Nick Pate wants to say something.
Okay.
I just want to say these are the hardest things that I've bowled on since the USBC Masters back in April.
This is the hardest pattern?
Since then.
Since April.
Since April. So if John Janowitz designed this, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah.
So if he's listening, thank you.
Yeah, you like it?
If my spares were better, yeah, but.
Okay.
Yeah.
Nick, can you win this tournament?
I will.
You will win the tournament?
Those are fighting words.
Yeah.
You know who my pick was at the beginning of the day when Brandon here said, "Hey Mike, put yourself out there. Who do you think could win this tournament?" I said, "Well, I'm not going to take the PBA 50 Player of the Year, or the obvious pick here, right?" right?
And he crushes this turn.
And I said, I'm also not going to take the next two talented guys in the field, which is Pate and Crummell. So which two guys – I'm putting you on the spot here. You're probably not going to get it. But I picked a couple of guys that I liked to win this tournament.
Chad Nelson, is he one of them?
He was the first.
Yeah. When he walked in, I'm like, oh, he's going to crush this because he's got the voodoo roll, and it's like a 90s pattern, to be honest.
know,
you just
I
throw
know.
out the 3-pin, you 4-pin or 10-pin, you move on.
It's like a mini eliminator, Mega Bucks, reverse block.
Yeah.
I know.
Yeah.
I know.
I see it.
Yeah, and Tony Oliva was the other
Okay,
guy.
yeah.
Yeah, Tony.
I got
like
I got to
Tony.
go bowl now.
Thanks, Nick. Don't you just love it, Brandon, when bowlers come over and go, I want to take the mic. I got
I
something.
want
gotta
the
say."
microphone.
So Nick Pate just said he's going to win the tournament.
He's gonna win. He called himself winning
He did.
this event.
He did.
Those are fighting words. That's like confidence right there. I dig it. I dig it.
Mr. Lugo here. Looking for 6 in a row. Yes, sir. These guys that can string these strikes, they're all playing around 20 out to about 13.
Yep.
And they're getting through it the same way every time. Honestly, that's where you want to play. Hey, did you notice on that podcast I did with your dad? Did you on the videos? Did you see when he was bowling the USBC Masters and he was playing like third arrow?
Did he run to a bathroom? I don't know if I've ever seen my dad ride a third arrow.
Dude, he was threading it.
Really?
Oh my god. Oh my god. Yeah, I put that in there for a reason because I don't think lefties get respect sometimes.
Luis Lugo, 231 that game.
Yeah, it's nice.
Coming into this game, he was 40th position at minus 78.
Watch this. Oh, in a second.
Gonna watch an ad.
Yeah, I know these idiots that put these ads on these channels. Okay,
Yeah.
watch this line. Watch this line. Not a good depiction of that, but he was carrying everything. All right, here we go. This is a better look at it. Here's another one.
Hey, I bet
Look at this. Woo!
is this the year he won?
No, he finished second. But now this is his patented out by the gutter,
Oh, yeah.
of course, with the tracer zone just going. But no, I love your dad could get in, man.
You know, one of my favorite stories he's ever told me is when he won the Japan Cup.
Oh yeah,
You know which one I'm talking about?
yeah. How he pulled it out of the trophy case.
Yeah. So I'm gonna give everybody a sneak peek,
Yeah, it's in the
and it
podcast.
is in the podcast. So if you want to hear that story, you're gonna have to go check out the podcast.
Yeah.
But yeah, you just listen to it, and it's one of my favorite stories of all time. I'll never forget that one. That's a good one.
So, some folks are wanting to watch 9 and 10, and I think it's because Benji Martinez is on that pair. And Benji is actually going to be on our last game on 13 and 14. So, Benji's up on lane 10. I'm actually going to bring in the double wide, double stack here. So, lane 10 is Benji Martinez if you want to watch him bowl. Tommy Barnwell is going to be up on lane 9, which will be on the right-hand side of your screen on the top portion. But we've got some top bowlers coming through now. You know, you've got Stubler front and center. Stubler is paired up with Brandon Mooney, who is letter D. Chad Nelson, our tournament leader, is letter A. Tony Oliva is letter B. And then top left, we've got Tom Hess, letter D. Trent Mitchell, letter C. Anthony Dodge, letter A. Darren Bloomquist, letter B. And then in 11 and 12, we've got Mr. Lugo again, who just came off a big game, letter D. Bowling with William Jones, letter C. Adam Morse, letter B. Paul Bober, letter A. Then just to the right of that, bottom right, you've got Jason Mesher, who's up on your screen. He's letter D. Letter C above him is Nick Pate. Letter B is Brody Green, and Crummel is letter A. So we've got some guys that are all trying to get inside the top 10 or are already inside the top 10 front and center for you on our screen. Again, Chad Nelson is your leader right now at plus 138, followed by Ryan Burks at plus 77.
I'm very interested to see this scoring update. A lot of movement in the scores the last 2 games.
Yep.
You've seen some big numbers throughout the house. Couple 240s, 250s. So this is game 5 now. Pattern is starting to open up.
Good catch there, buddy.
I didn't want to say it over the air. But
No, you can. Now we're in game
look at
5.
that. Game 5 out of 6.
That's right.
We
Good
have
catch
started.
there.
Shot there on lane 8 from Nate. Nate trying to win his third Fall Classic event, I believe.
Yep. Yep.
All
That's
right.
accurate. Woo! Ooh, we got ourselves a little score update.
That we do.
Got a little score update.
Let you pull it.
Things are happening.
Let you put it up on the screen here.
Doesn't work wonderful with the double wide, but
It's all right. It's all right.
want to run those down?
You got it. Still, your leader. Name looks really familiar, Mike. Again, with another big game at plus 172, separating himself from the top 10 number is Chad Nelson.
And he's on lane 7 right now, throwing at a 610.
Last 2 games have been quite friendly for Mr. Nelson. In second on lane 7 and 8, as well as Nate Stubler at plus 125. Third is Ryan Burks at plus 102. Fourth is plus 93 to get a bye round. In fifth, your qualifying leader at plus 88, Brittany Smith.
Still hanging in there.
Sixth, Anthony Dodge at plus 77. Jerry Mars with a decent game to get himself back up to plus 77 as well. Tom Hess is in 8th at 76 over. Your 2022 U.S. Amateur Champion Trent Mitchell in 9th at plus 59. And rounding out the top 10 is plus 58 Paul Bober. And 11th is Benji Martinez at plus 48. Tommy Barnwell at 46, Darren Bloomquist at 36, Russ Oviatt 35, Nick Crummel at 23, Nick Pate at 18, William Jones at plus 12, and rounding out the plus numbers, Tony Oliva at plus 11 in 18th place.
Yeah, Tony's gone backwards. He had climbed really high up there, hadn't he? Let me see here.
He was.
Yeah. He was up to
He
9th.
was in 9th.
Yeah, and I don't know where our game 2 update went, but I think game 2, oh, maybe it's underneath here. Oh, here we go. Game 2, yeah, Tony was plus 59 right here after game 2. He was 4th. He was all the way up to 4th. But our tournament leader is up there on lane 8. And he has struck both times on the right lane so far.
So as we saw last game, Cam Crow making a jump up there at minus 23. Looking for 500 the next two, as he stated, to get himself into the number. He's currently outside of our featured pairs here.
Brandon, I'm stepping away for 2 minutes. I'll be right back.
Sounds good. So as we watched earlier, Cameron Foster bowled 240 right in front of us. He's going to need some help. Now he is minus 22 in 21st place. As we had Nick Pate a few moments ago come in the booth and tell us that he's going to win. He's going to need some help as well, and 16th at plus 18. Only 40 out of the number with 2 to go. Starting this game, open, spare, strike, open. The bottom right of your screen stepping up on lane 14 here. And the 4-pin. Starting to run out of time. Nick Pate is going to need some strikes coming down the stretch here in the next game and a half. Shot there on lane 6 from Trent Mitchell. Splashes him around for the front 3. Ooh, and a trip 4 action on lane 12 from Luis Lugo in 29th place. He's going to need 2 big games here, the last 2, to get himself into the top 10. Nice shot from Nick Crummell, connecting a 4-bagger together. He's going to need some score as well, sitting at plus 23 and 15th. Nate Stuber with back-to-back trip 6s for a triple. A 4-bagger for Luis on lane 11, trying to really put something together here down the stretch. Needs some score. Shot there on lane 6. 10 back. All right, Mike is back in
I'm
the
back.
booth.
Yep. What the hell happened? All the scores now.
And while you were gone,
Scores
seen
are ridiculous.
a lot of strikes.
Maybe that was the problem. I just need to leave.
Well, we weren't talking while you were gone. Not a whole lot of talking was going on. while you
Oh,
were gone.
man.
I was doing some research on a tournament from home. So,
What the hell is going on here with all these strikes? Lugo just came off a 240, right?
yep. And he's got the front five here. Sitting in 29th place. He's going to need some help at minus 47. He's going to need 2 solid games here to give himself a chance at extra play. Yeah, the scores are starting to go up, Mike. Starting to open up a little, it looks like.
Something's going on. I didn't know Stubler was a Pittsburgh Steelers fan.
I didn't get the memo. I'm
Chad
not a-
Nelson just missed a 7-pin after a 4-bagger. That you don't see all the time.
And Nick Pate is going to need some help. He called himself winning
Yes, he did.
prior to this game, and he's looking at 170 right now. Will Jones up here on 11 and 12. Currently 17th place at plus 12 on a 4-bagger. This could make things interesting with a few more strikes here for Will.
So the question here is, what is the number 10 number going to be?
Ooh, great shot. Ring a 10.
I think he's going to take 80 over.
You think it's going to jump to 80 over?
I do.
It currently sits at Paul Bober at plus 58.
Yep, I think it's going to get to 80. Too many guys are bowling good.
It's got to jump 22 pins.
Yep, 2 games. Paul Bober now has a double, 6th and 7th frames there. Tony Oliva let me know that he is the only player in the building today that cannot carry a crossover. He's the only guy. Nobody else. Everybody else carries them, but not Tony.
Not Tony.
Nope. Chad Nelson now with a split, 4-7-10. Ooh, almost missed that 10-pin.
So right in front of us on 9 and 10 here, we're going to see him next game. Russ Oviatt in 14th place at plus 35, only 23 pins out the number. Has put together a 5-bagger. Trying to get himself into the number here. Stuber with another good shot.
Yes, sir.
Your pick, Chad Nelson. He's gone back-to-back open frames in the 8th, 9th.
Yeah. Notice that.
On the bottom screen of the double wide, Nick Crummell putting together another solid game here.
See letter A. Benji Martinez.
Yeah, rolling a 2-pin.
He's getting into this.
Yeah, he is. Love the excitement. I saw the same excitement last weekend down the wire from Benji. Looks like, again, he has two of his biggest supporters here. Not sure if they're his coach or family. And Tom Hess brings out Deadwood on the Greek Church.
Hess is in a little danger here.
You know, Mike, plus 80 is a good number, but I don't project it getting that high.
You don't think it's going to get that high, huh?
I understand where you're coming from.
Yeah.
Now that I think about it a little bit more, I'm going to go with 74.
Okay. Plus 74.
Pretty close to your number, but I don't know if it'll quite reach 80.
By the way, you're going to see bottom left, Russ Oviatt. That right there is for 6 in a row. He can still bowl 259. Where's Russ at in the standings there?
In 14th place.
Ooh.
Only 23 pins away.
What's his total? Plus what?
Plus 35.
So he could go 50 over. That puts him in the 80s.
Yeah.
Stubler's got 236 left. Who's got 248 left over there with Stubler on that pair? That is Mooney. Is Mooney in the top 10?
Mooney is not.
So what's 248 do for a score?
For Brandon Mooney, puts him at plus 18.
Woo! Brandon Mooney trying to make a little move. See here.
Mooney looks like he's been struggling today.
Yeah, that's ditto. Benji Martinez 8-10 in the 10th. Best he can do is be in the 190s now.
Good shot there on lane 6 from Darren Bloomquist. He's going to need some help as well to get himself into the number. Currently sitting at plus 36 in 13th place.
That's your pick.
That was my pick.
Chad Nelson strikes. That's a double and a 10. 2-teen with a couple of opens back-to-back in the 8th and the 9th. Still going to pick up 16 on his number if he fills it up.
255 from Nick Crummell. And on the same pair, Nick Pate with 170 looking at him straight in the face. Nick's going to need some help in this last game.
So Crummell gets to what now?
Crummell's going to find himself at plus. Making sure this is perfect, Mike. At plus 78.
Oh!
So right by your 80 number.
Yeah, so if he bowls 202 last game, he gets to 80. I might be low with 80. Here come the scores. Da-na-na-na. It's all right. The scores are coming. The scores are coming.
They do have to move one more pair over.
Yeah, they do. Skip one, I think it is.
Could get a little wonky, you know?
Yeah, but we're going to have all these guys coming through here, which is great.
Could
Joe sets it up
a
that way
little
for me.
wonky.
What the hell, man? 7-pin? You've missed 2 7-pins today. So they're a little slick. So you might want to grab a little 2,000 pad to that spare ball. Yep, scuff up that spare ball, and you'll be good for the top seed.
Not shiny by the time. I'd say they're about where they were now. When I finished this.
Shot there from Tom Hess on lane 6.
Big difference for me. And
Trying to get himself back up into the 2-teen range. 2-teen with another strike, 220 with the double in the 10th here.
trying to get into the extended play. That's just, I don't care. What are we taking? 10?
Shot there on lane 12 from Luis.
Yeah, 10.
What's that? 40 or 50? I'm not kidding. I got a buffer.
Yeah, you're good. You miss 2 spares a game and go plus 14. I think you're all right.
Problem is, I already expected Nate to pass me. His looks pretty good.
He ain't gonna pass you. Talking to Chad over here, Nelson. He said, I expect Nate to pass me. He's bowling really well today. And he said, I've had a great cross. He also told me that he thinks the lanes are playing right now how they ended yesterday.
Fairly easy.
Well, he just means there's been a lot more traffic of the guys playing in the middle of the lane, so the middle of the lane's hooking more, which is allowing guys to get further left and throw it to a hook spot. But the hook spot still isn't right of like 11.
All right, wrapping up game 5 here. Mike projects the cut to be 80 over.
Yep.
I'm saying a little under.
74.
74.
Yep.
That's my number.
Let Chad know about those missed single pins. He's missed 2 7-pins today, he said. What a Russ Bowl, 236. Here comes Russ Oviatt on his way. Yeah, Oviatt, right? Oviatt, yeah. I knew that. You've told me that before.
He was 35, so he's going to be at 71.
Oviatt. I knew that.
And Mike, this is what I call where boys turn into men. When they can strike down the stretch when they need hits, and they can get them. Even though a lot of these guys out here are already men.
Well, looks like the NFL's kicked off for the day.
Love how you're more interested in NFL.
I'm not more interested. I just can't miss it on these scoreboards.
That is true. I'm sure a lot of the bowlers out here are more interested in NFL as well. Bowling's not going as great as they planned today. So they're going to watch some football. But before football is game 6 of 6 coming up here in a few short moments.
It is.
We're going to have the leaders on our pair.
We are.
On our featured pairs here.
So it's 12, and which means this will be done around 12:45, which means our step ladder will start around 1. So I need to go into my YouTube studio. And I need to look at scheduled.
So Darren Bloomquist coming up here on lane 6, trying to get himself into the 240s. Much needed game here. In front of the ball return with urethane.
There he is. That's your guy.
That it is.
He's your buddy.
Luis Lugo tripping another 4-pin. First shot in the 10th.
Tripping ain't easy, man.
Getting himself into the 250s here. Looking to make something happen.
Yeah, there's a lot of stuff trying to make happen.
That there is.
I can't believe how many guys are scoring.
Tom Hess getting up on lane 5, also looking for a number here to boost his chances in making the top 10. Luis and Darren going at the same time. And no good for either one of them. Luis gonna get himself into the 250s, get himself back to the plus number. Looking at +4 with the spare, he's gonna need a huge game, we're thinking, in the last game to give himself a chance. Darren with 1 on the spare will put himself at +70, +69, excuse me. And then we will see where that takes him from here. All right, here we go, Mike. Game 6 coming up when Tom Hess completes his 10th frame.
Yeah, I mean, 220 here for Hess to be monstrous.
Not very happy about that shot. 3-6-10. The conversion will be in 12th. I'll have 212. Currently at +76. It's going to go to 88 with a spare.
All right. He's all right. So 212 it is. We will bring it into the booth for just a second. Brandon Bone joining me today. I don't have to do it alone.
In the booth for all 6 games so far.
All 6 games, yeah. Doing a good job. How do you get your hair to do this? Just all this. How do you have that much hair?
It's actually like really long right now.
Yeah, it is.
I do need to cut.
I'm jealous.
But I'm going to get a cut soon, probably before our first tournament.
Okay.
So, yeah, it's not looking very great today. That that morning rise, you know.
Enjoy it though.
Getting up
while
early.
You can.
Yeah.
You really should.
Not really trying to show it off to anybody today, except.
Why? I'm showing.
Maybe
it off.
you.
Yeah.
Nah,
exactly.
You're showing the whole world. So.
Yep.
That's okay. So.
Well. Not on top of there, no. Somewhere down here or something, yeah.
And I'm supporting my favorite pullover.
Yeah, yeah.
Indeed.
Rev rate, VIP.
Entertainment.
Yeah, I like that.
And our training center at home inside Howell Lanes. I'm going to give it a quick plug here.
Yes, of course you can.
We are a 5-lane VIP entertainment space inside Howell Lanes. Newly renovated. For all details, go check out revrates.vip on the web for all information. All right, here we go. Game 6 of 6. We have the leaders in front of us. Well, the leaders to start out the day. On 7 and 8, we have Brittany Smith, Jerry Mars, Ryan Burks.
Here's your sheet if you want to look them up.
And who am I missing? And Dwayne Kiltz.
Yep, that's the local guy who's finished second in this couple times.
And then right in front of us on 9 and 10, we're going to have 4 guys that you won't be seeing. Now we just saw Trent Mitchell, Darren Bloomquist, Tom Hess, and Anthony Dodge taking a backtrack to 5 and 6. Going to have Josh Piverval, Brian Tippett, David Eggert, and Tyler Follett. I believe those guys are down at the bottom, starting out the day. then let's see. After that, on 11 and 12, we have Chad Nelson, Tony Oliva, Brandon Mooney, and Nate Stubler. And then on 13 and 14, Benji Martinez, Donovan Thomas, Tommy Barnwell, and Russ Oviatt. Russ Oviatt?
Oviatt. Yep, that's
All
correct.
right. So looking for a Game 5 scoring update coming soon.
It'll be here in just a moment.
Had some big scores the last game. I'm curious to see what this cut number is at with 1 to play here. I'm curious to know if Cam Crow is making that 750 push. I'd be wondering. And speaking of score updates, freshly printed, it's still warm.
Looks like Nelson maintains.
Wait until it goes up on the board. But yes, as Mike just stated, Chad Nelson is still your leader.
There you go.
Still your leader at plus 186 in second. Nate Stubler at plus 161, and they're starting to separate between second and third. In third, Ryan Burks at 96, Tom Hess at 88. Also at 88, Anthony Dodge in fifth. A huge jump, Nick Crummel in sixth at plus 78. Trent Mitchell, 76. In eighth, Russ Oviatt at plus 71. Jerry Mars at plus 70. And as we just saw, Darren Bloomquist tied with Brittany Smith at 69 to the positive. In 12th, Duan Kilt at 67. Paul Bober at 60. Then we start to get a little separation. 14th, Benji Martinez at plus 44. And then William Jones at plus 27. So still 21 people plus looking to make a move up into the top 10. Cut number currently sits at plus 69 with 21 people plus. So there are 19 guys, I would say, looking for 8 spots.
Yep.
Realistically. I see Chad Nelson and Nate Stubler finding their way into the semifinals / final matches later on this afternoon.
They're paired up together. They're bowling good.
I don't see them going anywhere. But everybody else is still fighting for a chance into the number here.
I'll be right back, Brandon.
Sounds good. All right, taking a look on our featured pairs. Chad Nelson doesn't like that one for a 2-pin. Very fortunate just to leave the 2-pin. Russ Oviatt in front of the ball return, as well as Ryan Burks. 10 back and 10 back. Russ Oviatt looking to stay in the number as he is in 8th place, starting with the front four this game. Stubler folds the rack, crumbles the right side of the rack for a double. Jerry Mars not happy with that shot, leaves a washout. Shot on lane 11 from Brandon Mooney. Russ Oviatt with the Brooklyn for the front five. Say that secures his position later on today. If I had to take a guess. Nice little trip 4-10 action from Jerry Mars. He's going to need some strikes up on the board. Jerry sitting 9th at plus 70 in the number by a stick currently. Benji Martinez with a 4-bagger. Flops around a messenger to connect in the 6th. Benji is going to need some strikes as well to get himself into the top 10. Conversion from Stubler. And Mike is back.
I am. I actually did something that I normally don't do. As I'm getting older, I need to be nourished. So typically I just fly right through this thing, and I don't eat my first meal until 5:30 at night, until I'm done packed up and out of here. So today, I decided I was going to order a little food for this small break that I'll have. And I was able to do that because you're here. So that's beautiful.
Yeah. All right.
You keeping track of some scores here?
I am. Finding some bowlers that we need to see. A lot of the bowlers that are currently in the top 10 are putting up some numbers, throwing some strikes. But the ones that are sticking out right now are Darren Bloomquist right in front of us on lane 9 here. 26 in the second. He is the number in 10th right now at 69. But as well, also at plus 69 is Brittany Smith, who has a triple on 7 and 8. She is letter A. She has gone backwards this morning. Russ Oviatt starting with the front 5, trying to secure his place into the finals later today. And what's very unique about Darren's approach is he is sliding the left gutter, throwing a purple hammer. So a unique strategy there.
So here's the question: who's going to lead? Is it going to be Chad or is it going to be Nate? Do you think?
Ooh.
Tough one.
I gotta give this one to Chad, and I'm gonna say that because right now Chad currently has a 25-pin lead, and based off Stubler's game so far, when he misses, it is a 6 or a 7 count.
Okay. That's sound reasoning.
So that's what I'm gonna go with. And Darren Bloomquist misses the 9-pin to the left. So he's going to need some strikes coming down the stretch here. Still a lot of game left. 6 more frames to make something happen. Russ Oviatt putting himself in a great position now. Clean through 7 frames with a 5-bagger. As well as Benji Martinez on that pair. Benji needs some score this game. He's got a 4-bagger and 2 spares. Putting himself in good position as well.
I'll tell you a weird looking bizarre score up there is in the 3rd and 4th frame, upper left box. 9, miss, spare.
Oh wow. Yeah, that is a little different. Shot there on lane 13 from Benji Martinez.
I'll tell you what, we're gonna have a pretty talented field here coming down the stretch.
We're gonna have a tight finish too.
Yeah.
That we are. And like I just said, Mike, when Stuber misses, it's either 6 or 7 and it leaves another washout. Looking to convert the same spare that he did in the 4th frame.
And they do not re-oil, so when we move along in competition, it's going to be...
And Stuber converts the same spare again.
Yeah, it's going to be pretty deep. The right-hander is going to be very deep on the lane.
So it looks like Nick Pate came into the booth before last game and
Yes,
said
sir.
he was going to win. His odds are not looking very good. He is struggling. Shot there on lane 8 for Brittany Smith. I'm going to go get a score update from Nick Krummel. Looks like he is having an interesting game down there on 17 and 18. I'll be right back, Mike.
Okay, you're number 2 right here. Perfect. Appreciate Brandon hanging out with me, helping me bring you guys the information. Much appreciated.
All right, so Nick Krummel struggling down there on 17 and 18, has 137 in the 8th with a strike in the 9th.
So the best he can do is 197.
Yeah, and he was plus 78 with a strikeout. He can get to plus 75. Mike, that's right about my number.
Ooh, it is.
That's right about my number, but he needs a double in the 10th here. That will push him back a little, no matter what he does in the 10th. Jerry Mars looks like he's going to fall out of the number as well. With 111 in the 7th, he's going to need some help.
Jerry currently is, yeah, he's 9th.
He's 9th at plus 70.
Yeah, that 80 number is probably too high. Scores are really coming down this last game. Hey, what about Joe Engelkiss's pair?
Mason Sturkle.
Yeah, what place was he in?
He was 37th minus 89.
Okay, never mind.
So he will not have extended play, but he does have the front 7 over on 1 and 2.
Yeah.
And it looks like a ring and 10. Yeah, a ring and 10. So the black cloud again, Michael.
All we had to do was bring attention to it.
Yep. So looks like Nick Krummel has gotten the first hit in the 10th. In the 180s. Looks like he needs this hit to have a chance for extended play. As the scores have gone up this game, or gone down this game, but not down to his level. His level being the 180 range. Oh, and he trips the 4-pin. He's going to get himself into the 190s. And with 9 on the fill, Mike, that is 74 to the positive. That is my number.
Well, he's got a chance. $74 with 9.
Yep.
He's gonna get 10.
You think so?
Uh-huh.
I would love to see 9 here. Would love to see it. Survey says, oh, 7.
7.
So Nick Krummel in the ball house. at 194. So 72 for Nick Krummel. Tony Oliva putting up a solid game here on 11 and 12. Looks like it's going to be a little short for extra play.
Yeah, which is a shame. He was all the way up to 4th earlier today.
And we have an update from Cam Kroll. Let's hear it.
He didn't shoot 750. But even
He
if I did,
didn't shoot 750.
I did
but
have 690 though. He's a mind. You're a mind. You're a mind. What's wrong with you?
he did have 690 though.
I did have 690. 690 is a lot of bowling pins. For me today, because I'm throwing it horrible.
He's throwing it horrible.
I threw it really good the last 3 hours. That's good.
690.
You want the rush?
So what'd he get to?
Yeah, what'd you get to, Cam?
Plus something.
Plus something.
Low plus, like 15.
Low plus. All right. Cam is come over here with food since I haven't eaten anything since about 8:20 this morning.
Whose fault is that?
Getting a little hungry.
How about Benji Martinez here?
That's all right. We're not talking about food right now.
Can bowl 239.
Yeah.
If you give Martinez
You did that.
39, give Martinez 39, that would put him at 83 over.
Oh, and he, uh-oh. Hey, this is a big spare here. With a spare conversion, puts him at 73 over.
Yep.
Which is
Ahead
one
of
pin
Krummel.
ahead of Krummel. Picks it up. So Benji Martinez.
He's in the books.
Plus 73. I'm going to say, Mike, I'm going to say that's enough.
You think so?
I'm going to say that's enough. Looks like on 7 and 8, Jerry Mars is going to fall out as well. He was at 70 over. Best he can get to is 50 to the positive. See, William Jones, I believe, is getting strike out in the 9th to 10th for 255. He's at plus 27.
Okay. And,
So
and
that'll
Russ is going to be in the 240s. 240 he can bowl, Russ.
Russ is safe.
So you could kind of maybe figure out a way to like check mark these guys that you know are safe. You need to like circle like their position number.
We're going to circle 1, 2. Plus Ovia. Oviet is safe. So William Jones stepping up here on 15 to the far bottom right of your screen here. Can strike out in the 9th and 10th for 255. That'll put him at plus 82. Gotta have it. And he gets it. And he gets it. So with 2 more in the 10th. 2 in the 10th, I should say, not 2 more. With 2 in the 10th, he could possibly also be seeing extra play later on today.
Chad Nelson had a how many pin lead over Stubler? 25. So barring disaster here, Chad Nelson's going to lead.
We have an update on Paul Bober. Paul Bober is A on
Bowling with Lugo and them.
15 and 16.
Looks like he's got 2-0 pacing. Can bowl 2 teen.
Comes in this game at plus 60. And looks like he opened in the 9th for 2-0.
Best he can do is 2-0.
With a double in the 10th, it looks like he can get the 2-teen. 2-14. That'll put him at 74. Mike, this is going to be a tight finish here.
Oh, yeah. That's your number, 74.
And William Jones rings a 10. First shot in the 10th. Tom Hess wanted that one and he got it. Shot, Tom. Brittany Smith plus 16 that game. She's at 85. She's going to be in.
Nice. She was in 11th.
Yep.
Bowls her way in. You have anybody falling out yet?
You have Jerry Mars falling out.
Yep. And Brittany Smith going in so far.
Darren Bloomquist looks like he's going to unfortunately fall out as well. My pick. Update on Anthony Dodge. He is 9A.
Here's Chad on 11. That shot right there solidifies him the top seed today. Nice
Indeed it
bowling,
does.
Chad. Yep. Nate Stubler is going to be number 2.
So Paul Bober doubles in the 10th for a possibility at 2-teen.
Wow.
With this one, he will be a plus 74.
Which is going to be very close.
Will Jones finishes with 233. So 60 might be a little short.
Bober got 9. 73, Bober's number.
Yes.
Somebody else is at 73, aren't they?
Benji Martinez. Dwayne Kiltz at 67. Bold. See. Bold 211. So he's in at 78.
Who's that?
Dwayne Kiltz on 7 and 8.
Mitchell is protecting
Trent
his
Mitchell
spot.
is in. So he's in. Ryan Burks is going to be in. Two. He's going to be in. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7,
Hmm?
8.
What's he at? What's
Looks
Hess
like
got
there's
coming
going to
in?
be a tie at 73.
Hess is plus 88.
I'm gonna say there's a tie at 73. My math is right.
I'm going to find out what happens if we have a tie.
So Mike, I'm gonna predict that there is gonna be a tie for 10th and 11th at plus 73.
Yeah, and if that happens, I believe it's a one-game roll-off. So Hess almost 4-9. That was huge that he did not actually 4-9.
Hess is gonna be in, no matter what he does on this spare. I think Hess was going for something a little bit bigger than just the top 10.
Yep. Yep, nice bowling, Chad. Let's see, where do we still have some action here? I guess I had it here.
Bloomquist is gonna be out. He finished with 162 this game.
So you've got Chad Nelson, number 1, Nate Stuber, number 2.
I don't know if these numbers are right. I was just... No. Nope. Does not matter for Tom Hess here. It's going to be in the low 2-0s. Yeah, but I think there's going to be a tie for 10th and 11th at Paul Bober and Benji Martinez.
So who Bloomquist and Mars fall out?
Yes.
And Nelson, Stubler, Burks, Hess, Dodge, Crummel.
Crummel falls out. He's going to be at 72.
Oh, yeah, he does fall out. So you've got 3 falling out.
3 falling out.
And then you've got
3.5 jumping in.
Brittany Smith going in. Dwayne Kiltz going in.
Kiltz going in. And
then
tie.
you've got Bober and Benji Martinez as a tie for 10th.
So we're going to see.
All right, everybody. Well, I think we're going to end up having a roll-off here. And if we have a roll-off, we will bring it to you right here on the air for this one. What's Hess?
Hess was 88, so he's going to fall to 86.
Yeah, but he'll be in which position?
Oh, so he was 4th coming into that game. Probably, I would assume, probably 6th or 7th, Tom Hess.
6 or 7. You got them all? So you have Hess 6th?
Yes.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and then this is 10. Unofficially, yeah. Okay.
Unofficially, like, it didn't matter to get yourself in the top 10.
5th and 6th is a big deal. You get a bye in the first round.
I didn't know that.
4th, 5th, and 6th absolutely sucks.
All right, Brandon. We are going to step away for a moment. Looks like we are going to have a roll-off. We'll figure out where that's going to be. And we will be right back here with more action.
Last time we were here, we actually moved back and forth to the same pair. It was fun. I'm set up on 5 through 8. Yep. And from there, can we do like maybe like 11 and 12 or something? Yeah, and then we like move down like a pair or two. Yeah. Like, and then we just kind of bounce it back and forth. Yeah, we kind of bounce around. Can we just use like 11 and 12 or 13 and 14? Yeah.
Should look and see if anybody finished where they want to finish. Don't want to give everybody a bad. Who is it?
So it's Bober and Benji. 11 and 12 would be safe.
Benji just finished on 13 and 14.
Yeah. 11 and 12 would be safe. Okay. Assuming that's right. Yeah, I think it is.
Yes.
So what's the difference between 4th, 5th, and 6th? Hold on 1 second. Okay, so obviously the top four seeds. Then what happens is 10 is going to bowl 7, and 8 is going to bowl 9 in a bracket. The winners of each one of those matches are then going to bowl 5 and 6 are going to be inserted into the bracket to get buys. Then the winners of each one of those matches then bowl each other to determine who's the 5th seed. So if you're in 7 through 10, you have to bowl a match. And then
So
another
what's the
match.
difference between 5th and 6th?
Nothing. I know.
That didn't make any sense.
Give exactly what we have. Yeah, we've got some.
if it's connected yet, otherwise we're drawing short. Okay, we have the official results. And high qualifier is Chad Nelson at plus 200. Recently senior Chad Nelson, congrats. Second, Nate Stubler. Third, Russ Pogiat. Fourth, Trent Mitchell. Fifth is Ryan Burks. Sixth will be Tom Hess. Seventh, Brittany Smith. Eighth, Anthony Dodge. Ninth, Dwayne Kiltz. And we have a tie for the 10th spot at 2673, Paul Bover and Benji Martinez. We will have a one-game roll-off on 11 and 12. So if Paul and Benji would like to go down there, we will get that started as soon as possible here. After that, the first match is in the modified step ladder. Will be on 5, 6, 7, and 8. 5, 6, 7, and 8.
Okay, everybody, welcome back. Got a little makeshift graphic and turn the camera here. Lanes 11 and 12 is where we're headed. We've got a roll-off for the 10th and final position to make it into a bracket and then into a stepladder. So a lot of rolling off, a lot of games left here, even though we are down to just 11 players. Paul Bober versus Benji Martinez. Paul Bober starts with a strike. These two guys came in at plus 73 for 13 games of qualifying. Just really speaks to how low scoring this pattern is. So we will stay on with this stream. We'll break the stream and create a final stream that will come on immediately after this roll-off right here. So Benji Martinez versus Paul Bober. Martinez getting things started in his game. Extremely deep in front of the ball return. Leaves the 10 pin. So these two guys trying to get into the top 10 currently. As soon as the staff brings me over the standings for the top 9 other finalists, I will report on that. I am going to go check our link and see if they have updated the standings in the link area yet. And yes, they are updated. So I will go ahead and open that and get that up on our screen. Benji now misses the head pin. This pattern is very easy to miss the head pin if you miss to the right. And it's very easy to go Brooklyn or through the nose if you miss just a little bit left. Thank you. You can come in if you want. So we'll bring in the standings here. And we'll go over. Brandon joins me again here. So our top seed is Chad Nelson. He finished at plus 200. Nate Stubler, our number 2 seed, finished at 169 over. Russ Oviatt, he is third at plus 112. Fourth is Trent Mitchell at plus 102. Now those 4 players all are going to be sitting. They are not going to be bowling for quite a while. They are your top 4. Then in 5th position, we have Ryan Burks at plus 100. 6th position is Tom Hess at plus 86, and those players both get buys, so they don't have to bowl for a little bit either. Now 7th through 10th is what's important. Brittany Smith is 7th at plus 85. 8th is Anthony Dodge at plus 80. 9th is Dwayne Kiltz at plus 78, and then of course 10th is going to be decided by these 2 players here. Just missing was Nick Crummell in 12th at 72 over. Then William Jones was 13th at plus 60. Followed by 14th, Zach Rhodes at plus 54. Jerry Mars was 15th at plus 39. 16th was Darren Bloomquist at plus 31. Tony Oliva in 17th at plus 20. 18th was Cameron Crowe at plus 14. And 19th was Luis Lugo at plus 1. Those were the only players that were plus 19 out of a field out of 166, I believe it was. So there you go. There's the information for you.
And we watched, which sucks, Mike, is we watched Nick Crummell on his fill ball go through the face.
7 on his fill, yeah.
On his fill ball, on a triple.
And we saw Matt Gasson last night get 5 and only get 2.
And we just. That's how I'm looking at it.
That's the way I see it.
That's how I'm looking at it. And Nick had no ball reaction, as he told me.
Not going to win this one.
And neither is my pick. My original pick is still in. Just like a lot of people's pick.
Tom Hess?
Tom Hess.
My guy caught fire and went to the lead.
Indeed he did. But anyway.
I also said Tony Oliva, though. I thought would do pretty well. Said he was 2 spares away from being clean the entire block.
That's impressive.
Oh, nice one.
Good shot there in the 4th frame for Benji Martinez.
So again, these guys are rolling off currently to make it inside the top 10.
Looks like Benji Martinez is throwing a melee jab, midnight blue. And I'm not sure what Paul is throwing.
Nice shot there from Paul. Two-pin match currently in this extended roll-off. You good, Brandon?
I'm good.
If you want to go and eat, go ahead.
We have bowling to cover, Mike.
Okay, all right, we do have bowling to cover.
So I'm not going to leave you here. But after this roll off, we might have a different outcome.
Different outcome.
Yeah, after this roll off. So
okay,
gonna have a little break after this game. A little break in the action for the finals.
Yep, be a short break.
And Mike's gonna find somebody else to take my role. And Paul misses the spare. So 72 in the 5th for Paul. Benji looking to increase his lead, sitting on the bench. Looking to increase his lead to a 32-pin lead with 2 strikes. And a Brooklyn for a 5-pin. Looks like Benji's going to take a straight route at this spare. Single pin spare in the 5th. It's a 12-pin lead.
Yep, sure is.
Going into the back half of the game. Shot there on lane 11 for Benji.
Well, there's one for you. How about that strike?
That was a pretty good one there on lane 11. Off the not so great shot in the 5th. But Paul looking to rebound off the open frame miscue in the 5th. It's pretty good. Smacks the 10 out in the 6th. So Paul Bober down 12. Working on back-to-back opens on the left lane here.
So does it basically come down to whoever can double? Or does that really not hold true now because somebody could open so easily? Is it more about staying clean, or is it more about who can get the first double?
Oh, that's a good question. Can I give you my answer after this hit?
Yeah.
That was a really good shot there from Paul.
Sure was.
I don't know. I'm gonna say here. I'm gonna go out on a limb. say, considering Benji finishes first, finishes on the left lane.
Yep.
If he strikes here, I'm going to have to go with Benji.
So the thing that I've been seeing with Benji is this line that he's been playing. He doesn't look super comfortable. Okay? There's a lot of things that can go wrong with what he's doing.
Ooh.
Nothing went wrong on that shot.
Great shot. And it looks like he took a little bit extra time there too, Mike. Really wanted that shot. Looked really concentrated when he got up there. So this is also a telling shot here. It's on his good lane, I would say. They're on the last 2 strikes on lane 11. He doesn't have to worry about the ball return. He's taking his full approach on lane 11.
Yeah, I will say that doubles by both guys is huge.
And Benji has the lead in count, too.
Oh, that's inside, isn't it? Oh.
10 back.
Holds pocket. Ooh.
Great shot on lane 11.
Frozen rope there. Staying in it.
Important shot here in the 8th. Real important in the 9th. Pacing 182 at the moment. Looks close. Great shot. So it's not going to come down to who doubles first, because they both now have a triple. Survey says.
Oh, wrap 10. It's a great shot by Paul. So he can max at 201 now. Benji can max at 234. Important for Paul to spare this up.
The Sperry still has a little hope.
And he misses it.
And he misses.
So 189 the max. Benji and cruise control here, really.
Benji pacing at 204 right now. 9 spare would give him 143 in the 7th. 163 in the 8th. So he would just need count on the first ball in the 10th with 9 spare here, but strike is better. And Brooklyn, and that's going to be it.
Nice little Brooklyn there.
Benji Martinez is going to make the top 10 in a 1-game roll-off.
So there you have it. Your top 10 are now Chad Nelson, Nate Stubler, Russ Oviatt, Trent Mitchell, your top 4. Then we're going to have Benji Martinez will take on Brittany Smith. Anthony Dodge is going to take on Dwayne Kiltz. The winner of each one of those matches will then draw Tom Hess and Ryan Burks. The winners of those matches will bowl each other to determine to be the number 5 seed. The winner will get Trent Mitchell. The winner of that match will get Russ Oviatt. The winner of that match will get Nate Stubler. And the winner of that match will get Chad Nelson. Other storylines here is the fact that Tom Hess can win his 4th one of these events, and Nate Stubler can win his 3rd, and tie Hess to win the most of these events. This is the event number 22 that we've had so far.
Indeed, Mike. And that's going to wrap it up for me today.
All right, bud.
Thanks for
Brandon.
having me in the booth. It was a blast.
Yeah,
I had a great time.
Appreciate it.
Talking for 7 games.
Yep, we'll see you maybe in March here.
Maybe soon. So
good luck this collegiate season. Stay well, stay safe, keep the studies up. Sounds like you're doing great.
I appreciate it. Thank you all.
Thanks, Brandon. That's Brandon Bone. Thank you, my friend. And as this wraps up here, I will stop the stream. Again, I want to thank all the great sponsors we have here. Of course, Ebonite, our title sponsor. I'd like to thank the Waterloo Convention and Visitors Bureau. I Am Bowling, Guaranteed Rate, Budweiser Bud Light, Hampton Inn, OP Restaurant on Ridgeway, and Quick Star. Those are our sponsors. To find out more information about the Greater Iowa Bowling Association, go to giba-bowling.com. And that's going to do it for our broadcast here. We will stop the stream. We'll start a new one. It'll be titled The Finals of the 2022 Ebonite Fall Classic. I'll have that for you right here on Inside Bowling coming up here in just a few moments. Thanks for joining us, everybody. We will see you shortly here from Waterloo, Iowa.